is how we do. That's me, that's right, that's me, that's right, that's me, damn right. Come on. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. Come on. Come on. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. Come on. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right.
Hello guys, and you're all very welcome to IDS Round 5 Pro 2 here in Watergrasshill. We're here on the track walk here, down on track with all the drivers, and it is going to be a fantastic top 32. But just for the moment, you want to come with us here and we'll check out some of the cars, maybe nab some of the drivers as well, just to have a quick chat with them about their cars, about the machinery, and about how they're feeling about the battle. So if you want to follow me around here, we have our current Irish Drift champion Alan Hines here behind the camera. Very handsome man. You can't see him right now, but trust me, he is very handsome. And I am joined here, of course, as always, by the one and only Adam Driver. Fantastic E92 here, Dylan Wilson. This car has taken you to... I'll go over here with you. Dylan, this car has taken you to currently 7th place in the championship. You've qualified a lovely bonnet stay as well here. You've taken it to 7th place in the championship so far. You've qualified for battle action as your bonnet stay fails. Would you like to get that, Alan? The beautiful bonnet stay that we have. So King of the Cone, exactly. Did you win King of the Cone previously? So you won King of the Cone this year.
Yeah, I won it this year in 2023 as well. Yeah. So there's nothing better for the bonnet stand of this car here.
Well, you might be king of the hill today, because you know what, you're still in the championship race. Do you fancy your chances coming up? Who have you got for the battles?
I think what do you call him again? Jack. I've got Jack. Yeah. Oh, no, we're feeling good. We're just gonna keep doing what we were doing and practice and qualify and see what we can do.
Fantastic. And what power is this car putting out?
She's 650. So yeah, plenty of power. So just need to try and use it now.
Not a bother. No better man for the job. So best of luck in the battles, man. And in the championship run, as we move across here, you can see the man leading the championship so far, Alex Butler's turbo BMW powered BMW, which is an unusual thing. When a BMW gets a turbo engine, it's usually JZ or RB or whatever. So unusual building that car, but he is currently leading the Pro 2 championship. And we move it along here. Of course, the several BMWs on the grid. Well, Jake, how are you feeling?
Oh, feeling unreal. Best weekend I've ever had yet so far here.
You're driving absolutely perfectly. I mean, the worst question you can ask anyone is how you're feeling. Of course, it's such an easy, generic question. But you know what? You're driving like an absolute lunatic today, and you're flying and qualifying. Have you find that you finally got to grips properly with the car?
Yeah, I think I've got the grips with the car. I've got the grip in the car. It's just trying to keep everything else in the car going. It's a miracle we're even here, because the lorry the wheel can near come off the lorry on the motorway the way here, and then yesterday the frost plug blew out as well, and then first lap of practice this morning took the diff out of her, so I have no practice this morning, and then went out, just got ready in time for qualifying, and that was it.
Well, definitely a very eventful weekend so far you've been having, that's for sure. So what can you just show us a little bit quickly about this as I move around here, as we pan around? Can you tell us a little bit about your engine build here?
It's a standard one, you said, with a big turbo slapped onto it. It makes about 560 brake, full link ECU running gear and everything in her, and FMIC parts in her as well and stuff. It's pretty simple, to be fair, and cheap and cheerful, but it works and makes power, so that's all it needs to do.
That's all it needs to do, exactly. Well, you're driving fantastic today. We wish you all the best. We're looking forward to seeing what you can do later on, buddy. As we move along, Cian Leahy's car here, more of a standard BMW engine then. The Corkman employing a 3-litre naturally aspirated engine. So you're seeing all different kind of levels of build here, as we just saw with Jake there, turbo 1UZ power. As David Ford's car. Adam, I might pass it along to you and stop people getting sick of my voice at this stage. So would you like to take over for a minute here?
Don't think you really gave me a choice, did you? But yeah, we're still down here on track with the track walk. You can see there's an absolutely brilliant attendance here today for the Pro 2 final. We're passing out here now. We're seeing the young Jake Davies car, one of the very high competitors for this year's competition. So we're also seeing here the GTR 86, as Mike keeps calling it. It's a GT86 or GR 86. Switched and swapped the front and back end with the one and only Luke Talley, who seems a bit too busy to talk to me at the moment. We're also passing out here Ericus Naviscons are one of the most stylish cars. I don't know if you've seen this before. I'll just get you to come to the back of the car here with me, Alan. It's got such a stylish livery, so much so that this BMW, a German car, is actually running a Japanese plate. He's going for the Japanese style on a German car. Very unique. As we move on here, we got the young Clark Hatton. Clark, I'll grab you there for a quick chat. Clark, you're here this year. You're here. This is meant to be just a practice year for you. You came from Pro Spec over in FD over in America, you're not driving like it's a practice year. You're driving here like you're fighting for it.
Yeah, we just want to get the car as we can before it gets shipped out soon. And I mean, yeah, we just push as hard as we can and try our best.
How you find the track here today? We're going up the hill this time. You were here for round 3 where we were coming down the hill. How you find the difference with the elevation change?
Yeah, we did this a couple of years ago. It's a very tricky track, hard to get used to. But if you get it right on the first corner, the rest of the track's fine. But very fast and hard to chase on, to be fair. But
And what's your future plans? You're saying there that you're shipping off to Cork again. Are you heading back to FD?
yeah, the car is going to get refreshed, shipped out, and then we'll hopefully be accepted in. But if we don't, then we don't know what we'll do. But we'll go over and drive. So.
Well, best of luck today. Enjoy the rest of your practice days, you're probably calling it. So best of luck in FD as well. As we move on here, another young man from County Kerry down south, one of my hometowns, Jack Mulvihill, a very talented young driver. We've seen him down in 360 Motorsport, tandeming with the one and only James Dean. He's here as well. Jack, you haven't competed all season, but you're competing here today and you're doing absolutely amazing. You made it into the battle action. How are you finding it?
It's fun now. It's really exciting. You know, I've never done it before, and it's good crack. Like, I've never done it. It's fun.
This is your first year competing, so you're a rookie driver, but you've actually qualified now with a very high score to get into the battle action. How does that make you feel? Are you plan to compete in full year next year?
Yeah, I plan to compete, rebuild the car, compete for next year. I'm very happy with the result I got, 82 or whatever. It was very good.
Well done to you, and we hope to see you again next year throughout the season. Well done. As we move on here now, we got Ollie Cassidy in one of the few skylines that we have here. I'll pass you back to Mike because you're probably getting sick of me now.
Thank you very much, Adam, as I pop my shades down again. Yeah, so we'll make our way maybe just around the front again and get into the thick of the action. Some fantastic builds here. Seeing, you know, Ollie Cassidy's beautiful R32 here, and if you can get the camera maybe just really quickly into the car here, Alan. If you can just show the inside of the car for a split second, Alan, I'll bring you around here just to have a look into the level of builds that these Pro 2 cars are currently at. If we can have a look in here, Ollie, if you don't mind. Look at this, the PMU, fantastic. Look at the quick shifter there, and just a beautiful build inside in the car. And I mean, once again, this is Pro 2 car stuff, and for all the world Pro cars. We see Matas Karaitis here, who was putting in the joint top qualifying score. Unfortunately for him, he didn't quite qualify top because his second score was not quite as good as a top qualifier. Matas, you look like a man who knows what he's doing today.
Far from.
Is it simple as that? Was it just luck?
No, I feel really good on this track. First time ever qualified was on this track. I don't know. The car is working. I'm in the zone. We'll just see what happens from there on.
What's it like to drive up the hill here in Watergrasshill?
It's more controlled, I think, than going down the hill. But then again, it's very tricky going into that hairpin because you're carrying so much speed. You're gaining so much speed after the hill that it just becomes tricky. But everything else seems to be fine. The car is flying. They can't really go wrong after this.
Having fun.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, we'll move it along. So Matas, great to see Matas having a fantastic qualifying run there, as the crowd appreciating that. Just look at Peter Rose's beautiful S14 here. I mean, the livery on this car, it's such a beautiful looking race car. Again, the level of Pro 2 is just absolutely out of this world. Young Jamie Hines' car here. Oh, hello, young Jamie. Howdy, lads. That's a Kerry accent if you've ever heard one. Lads, you're two up-and-coming young guns. Do you reckon there might be a bit of rivalry developing between you two now?
We're pitted below, like, together, so there's definitely going to be paint exchange anyway.
Jamie, what do you reckon? Who comes out with the honours if you meet in battle today?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. So Colin doesn't know I've put stones down his cylinders, so he'll figure out on the line anyway. So I should be okay.
Just a big shout out here for Yugen Factory, because they're all going to be all over the track in a couple of minutes. So just letting you all know that, lads.
Right, lads, well, that's the young guns. That's the way that they look at things. So young Jamie Hines there, Colin O'Sullivan, ready to put on a show there, that's for sure, as we walk up the super steep hill here. If you want to pan across here, Alan, with the camera as well, real quick, to show people, look at the elevation change. So we're halfway up through the first corner here, and by the time you're like at the clipping point, I was going to say it's at head height, but I'm allowing myself to be open there for a few height jokes. So it's a lot higher than where we're standing, basically. Yeah, beautifully 86 here. Hello, how are we? Never seen you before. Who's this girl? That's my niece. Right, so you made it into battle, Luke. You know, good to actually catch you because you don't quite have the legs in this car, but you somehow made it work. Are you struggling to get up the hill and get the car out to Clipping Point 3 with the power that you have? And how much power do you have?
So it's 200 horsepower, standard 2.8 BMW. But the hill actually isn't the problem. I was saying there, when it flattens out and you have the big straight where the car is really struggling. So just the kind of transition, you're kind of washing on the handbrake a little bit, just trying to drag the car out as much as you go. And kind of once you get to that first hairpin, then it's fine.
So you have 200 horsepower in this BMW?
Pretty much, yeah, on a good day.
And it's a 2.8?
2.8 standard up against the 1.5 A46. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, that's the beauty of the Pro 2 grid. All the best, Luke. We'll be rooting for you as the underdog for sure. That's for sure. And look at this. Look at this. Nervous moments in qualifying?
Yeah, it was a bit of a disaster, alright, but as long as I was out, I didn't mind, so I'm here now anyway.
Well, you're still in the championship hunt, Declan. Do you have a couple of thoughts in your second qualifying? Run us through what was in your head on the line going into your qualifying run, because you weren't actually in the top 32 coming into your second run.
And many people probably would have thought that of having a bad run yesterday, but I had good time to made a change this morning that I reckoned was wrong, and it was the problem. So I've solved that now, and it's become easier. I know I made a little issue there going into the second corner, but I didn't mind. I knew that it was okay, just making sure I didn't drop off completely and ruin the whole run. But no, at least I'm in the game now, and sure, that's, can't win qualifying, but sure, now I'm in the top 32, I can try my best.
Well, that's all you can do. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. We're looking forward to seeing what you can do, man. Always entertaining as we make our way up the hill. Look at this. And before I hand it back to the one and only Adam, a man I know well with a long time, Andrew Kinna. You're another man who looks like maybe this car got a bit of a good workout last weekend, but you're another man that looks like he means business this weekend.
Well, we've been spending all year changing everything every round because it's an unpredictable chassis. No one really does it. No one has base settings, so every round has been a different car to drive. So we think we have it in a happy place, and end of the year, nothing to lose, just go out and have all the crack.
And is the driver in a happy place?
I'm always in a happy place.
Good place to be. Andrew, you're putting on a show as always, man. Looking forward to seeing you out there as well. As I move it back here to Adam.
Guess we're back with me. We are starting to run a small bit short in time, so I'm going to make things quick briefly with our drivers. Mark Synahan, give me 3 words to describe how your day's going so far.
Very, very stressful.
Very, very stressful. And give me 3 words to describe how you want it to go so far for the rest of the day.
A lot better.
That works. Well, best of luck throughout today. Sorry, I don't have the time. We're running short on time. We're moving on to one of the other Davy brothers. It's Dean Davy, the eldest of the 2 brothers that are out here today. I don't seem to see him. He's gone missing, so we won't be chatting to him. Nathan Corcoran, one of the most powerful cars on the Pro 2 grid. How are you handling this power?
It seems to be working fine, but struggling a little bit still, but still learning new things and trying our best, so we'll see what happens in top 32.
Well, best of luck. Use every bit of the power you have, and use it coming up the hill. That's the best way to put it, I suppose. We're moving on. Conor Duggan, the man behind CDM Sport, one of our sponsors for this year's season. Conor, how's the day going for you so far? You told me through the year that you actually had issues with the car. You were running on 6 cylinders out of 8 in this V8 powered car. You have all 8 cylinders this weekend, I presume?
80% of the time. We have a bit of a breakdown there. I think we have a sticky valve in the engine, which has been a real problem all year, but if we keep the heat soak down the engine, she's sweet, so keep an eye on that. The track this weekend is definitely the most challenging this year, but it is like really enjoyable because it's rewarding, but it is a struggle. The first time I've struggled in like qualifying and line driving and stuff, usually I do a lap or 2, I'm happy for qualifying, but that's all I've been doing this weekend. So yeah, I just need to get the finger out and throw everything together. I think we're against Callum, so at least we're matching horsepower there. I'd say we're battling similar issues on this layout. This big massive pull here from clip 1 up to the wall, but once you nail that, hey, it's one of the most rewarding tracks I've ever done.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that. Well, if you are looking for any car parts, I do know a great place you can get them. It's cdmsport.ie or .com, sorry, whichever one it is. We're going to keep moving on. Jason Murphy. First round of the year, unfortunately things went upside down for you. We're now at the final round and things have been going great for you so far. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, feeling good, yeah. The first round was tricky enough getting used to the new build and all that, but kind of getting there now, thankfully.
Well, best of luck. Sorry, I can't chat too long. The boss is giving out to me. We've got to run on. Gar Collins, you are flying it today. How's the car feeling?
Yeah, car's feeling good. A few issues there yesterday, so I think this was my 5th lap. Was my first qualifying run, so 6th lap and 2nd qualifying run. So look, hoping the cars stay together and we'll see what happens.
Well, you're in battle action now. Do you know who you're up against?
Yeah, Justin Murphy here behind me, so we're already starting the rivalry.
That's why you're stood here just staring at him, just putting, yeah, just kind of just put the angle. Yeah. Look at that. That's game face. That's game face. We're going to move it on. We're actually going to... I'm not even going to introduce him by his name. I'm just going to introduce him by his beard. It's the most beautiful beard in drifting. We always talk about it. We never shut up about it. Look at this man. An absolute character. Keep it PG now, Matt. Keep it PG. There's kids viewing at home. You're flying it. You put down an unbelievable run for your 2nd run in qualifying. A really high score. How are things going for you?
It's going all perfect. Mark said you have to put a good run, make sure we bet Gar Collins, so he get 92. I said I'm putting the back into the wall and I'm back entry into far side of Herpin. Done and dusted. Win against Kieran Lynch. 3rd battle. Hopefully we'll be up there.
So he basically just does what it's told. Go for podium today.
I will do my best.
Well, best of luck. I'm going to keep it moving now. We got Peter Malloy, one of the 2 Malloy brothers. Car's stunning. I do prefer your brothers, unfortunately, but your driving is unbelievable today. How you find the conditions with this track with the elevation change?
Yeah, it's good. A wee bit tricky with our cars, just as most tracks are, but if you work it, it's grand. It's a momentum game for us.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that, and best of luck. You're definitely a competitor for the championship this year, so keep it going. We're going to move on. It's Callum Coogan. He's missing by the looks of it, probably doesn't want to be on camera. We're going to move over to the young gun, someone that's definitely in process of maybe taking the championship away with him this year. You've had a lot of car issues throughout the year, even an engine swap after round 1. You're a brilliant young driver. You're definitely a future star in Irish drifting. How are you finding it here today?
Oh, it's a very difficult track. It's actually really hard to drive. We're struggling with gear in here, but we're trying to do what we can, make it work, and hope all clicks together.
Well, we always say one thing about you. You always put down a divine lap. Are you sick of hearing me and Mike's puns?
Oh, yeah. Think of something new, Mike.
He's calling you out, Mike. Mike's not even listening. It's grand. We'll move on. Best of luck today. We're going to move on. It's Niall McInerney, if I'm correct in saying. And you're probably sick of me now again, so I'm going to pass you over to the one and only Mike Fitz.
Thank you very much, Adam. Quick announcement as well, guys, just for the public on the track. I've just been told to announce if the public could just start to leave the track, we're getting ready to grid the cars for top 32 battle action. So if you are a member of the public on track, the track is now closing. So thank you very much, guys, for coming down and checking it out. But we do have to close the track shortly just to get the cars gridded as we move our way along to the men from Clare. A former surfing competition winner, I believe, Niall McInerney. All Clare guys are. Niall, you're another man punishing your BMW this weekend. Run us through this build. Yourself and your brother are quite the BMW fans, but you know it's great to show the people at home. We've had Turbo 1UZs, we've obviously got JZs and things. Just run us through really quickly your setup here.
Yeah, so this is pretty much standard engine that comes in these cars, except it's a kind of a Frankenstein motor. It's a steel block M50 engine block, and then everything else is from a 328, so it's a 2.8 litre engine with a steel block in it and a few other bits, thicker rods, little bits like that, and a big turbo, of course.
And a big turbo. And with this, I think this is adding a couple of horsepower. How much horsepower is this putting out?
This is 440 at 0.9 bar boost.
Wow, okay. This is Pro2, guys. Crazy. Niall, all the best. And we move it along to the draw. Oh, yes, we have a draw to do. We have a very anxious... Sorry, Kieran Lynch, I passed you by there. We'll get you in a second. Very handsome man. You can pass Kieran Lynch by. So we are doing the draw, guys. We are doing the draw, I believe, Sinead. This is Sinead Hines, of course, the lovely Sinead Hines, who loves being on camera. But we are doing a draw. Adam, would you like to pick out? We have, of course, a draw, guys, for the prize, the VIP package here this weekend at IDS for our VIP guests who will be up top watching the drifting and will get a spin in the drift taxi. So Adam Driver is currently picking out the winning name, and I can see it is Colm Hayes, guys. Colm Hayes, if it is you, it's ticket 968. Colm Hayes, you have just won a VIP package, and unfortunately for you and a person of your choice, you now have to sit into a drift taxi with Tom Murphy. So Colm Hayes, if you are up there, you have just won a terrible prize of having to sit into a drift car, this drift car in fact, with our one and only judge, the crazy man behind Crazy Lab, Tom Murphy, who is an interesting driver. I wouldn't go to the shop with him. So yeah, fantastic prize to be honest, and lots of merch and everything in that one. So if we can just pang, I can come, Tom. I'm not coming, Tom. I'm not sitting in with you. So really quick, if we can just pan down to the track here as well before we finish up. Several cars as well down here on the track gridded in battle action, and that is pretty much your top 32 grid here, guys, at IDS round 5 here for the final in Watergrasshill. We're right on the track here. And as you can see once again from the camera angle, big elevation change up this corner here, and yeah, pretty crazy layout overall. So guys, we are going to be ready to rock for battle action in about, I'm going to say about 10 minutes time. So if you're viewing at home, be sure to tune in about 10 minutes time for battle action. We're going to get the passenger into the drift taxi in the meantime, and stay tuned because we are going to crown the winner of the Pro 2 Championship for IDS 2025 in about 3 hours time, I would say. So thank you all very much, guys. From us, Adam and myself at the track walk, over and out. Once again, guys, we're looking for Colm Hayes. Colm Hayes has won the prize, so if you are or you know Colm Hayes, give him a shout there because he has won the prize, and he and his +1 will be ready to rock there with all the prizes that are coming to him. So if you know Colm Hayes, just give him a shout, and we will get the prizes given out and the spin in the drift taxi. Right, guys, so I don't think that we can get in touch with Colm Hayes. We've tried to ring him a few times there and things, so can't get in touch with Colm Hayes. So it looks like we're going to have to pull another name out of the hat. If we can't give the prize, somebody else is going to get it. So I will do the honours and pull another name out of the bag, in fact. And this one is just Charlie. It's ticket 768, 768, a white ticket, 768. So it is Charlie, and we will get the lovely Sinead to ring Charlie here now.
This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right.
Welcome to
This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. Come on. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right.
unfortunate passengers there in the car. Look, enjoying themselves. Doing a quick cool down lap now, I presume. I think he should do one down the hill, Adam.
I pity the passengers in the back if he does.
Fantastic. So Tom Murphy taking the passengers for possibly once in a lifetime opportunity there, and a spin in the back of the drift taxi. I can only imagine what it feels like in it with the tail swing, you know, if you're sitting in the back of that thing.
I've heard of Uber Deluxe and stuff, but I wonder what Uber that is. So Alan, as last year's Pro 1 champion, the winner, still currently the champion of the Irish Drift Series, what would be your advice if you were to give one-to-one advice to any of these drivers heading out into their final battles of the series?
Yeah, it's always an interesting question, because obviously, you know, there's certainly a strategy with dealing with it, and like, look, fortunately for myself, I've been in this situation quite a few times, but it was only last year we managed to really actually make it happen. But you know, it's one of those things. I feel like you have to focus on what's ahead of you right now. You know, if you focus too far ahead of time, you end up kind of like forgetting about what you have to do right in the moment, and you lose focus a bit. So, you know, as we start off here with a top 32 bracket, our first battle is going to be Jake McIlveen versus Cian Leahy. Jake had a serious run and very few laps of practice. You mentioned it earlier with yourselves, very little laps of practice there. So quite a credit to him to be able to take the top spot in qualifying.
Well, you know, one thing I can see happening here, guys, as well, is chasing up the hill isn't the easiest thing in the world. The car hooks up quite a lot because you're climbing, and the rear of the car hunkers down into the ground and hooks up. So I think we're going to see that classic Pro 2 situation where it's going to be very difficult to follow a slower car. You know, the likes of maybe, say, who we spoke with there, Luke Buttermer with 200 horsepower has to keep his car really loose to maintain drift. So if one of the faster cars ends up chasing a much slower car, I think you might see him struggling to maintain drift.
Certainly so, but I think you also have to factor in the lead driver. You know, if they are in a higher power car and a higher qualifier, that low powered car will be able to commit all of their guts, I suppose, all of their beans to the lead driver. So you know, it's one of those things. I guess it's kind of a you know, works in both ways, in ways that the lower horsepower guy knows that he could drive way harder because the higher horsepower cars in front of him, he doesn't have to back out of it. But of course, I think the ballpark is more so in the high powered car to make sure if he is chasing that low power car that he doesn't get caught up too close in proximity or whatever. So as we send the two guys off into the burn up box to warm up their tyres, Jake will be leading in Cian Leahy. Adam, I suppose from your perspective, I mean, who do you think is who's looking good for this battle, you think?
I really don't know, if I'm going to be honest with you, Mike. These drivers have been driving absolutely outstanding all weekend. Two very, very talented drivers here now, as we can see them on the live stream in the burnout box. Talking about the battles that we have here now, we're starting off with a CDM Sport E46 versus the King of the Road E46, a very popular chassis this year. There's also a lot of very entertaining battles that we're going to be seeing throughout the top 32. So if you are home and you're nearby Watergrasshill, make sure you get down here to watch these. There's still plenty of time left in the day, and if not, make sure you're tuned in. Put us on the big telly. Grab like a packet of popcorn, maybe Maltesers, and a can of Red Bull. Don't forget to get a can of Red Bull and watch us, because this is going to be very, very entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. So Red Bull and Lucky Day Competitions series title sponsors this season in IDS. Thank you very much to them, and be sure you can see all the sponsors there flashing up on the bottom left of your screen. Be sure to support those. But guys, we are ready to rock. It's final time here at IDS round 5 in Watergrasshill. Kevin, our start line marshal, gets the signal from both drivers. The lights go out and we're ready to go. It's BMW versus BMW. It's Jake McIlveen, the higher qualifier, in first position, being chased in by Cian Leahy, the lower qualifier. Leahy is maintaining a good proximity here, Adam.
Look at that, Mike. I'd say there's a small bit of contact there as Cian Leahy came up in the door. Look at this dive from Cian Leahy up in Jake McIlveen's door. This is absolutely wild. Look at this for entertainment. It looks like Cian Leahy did have a small bit of an issue there. He's straightened up, maybe shut it down, but he's back in action now. He's trying to get up on the door of Jake McIlveen to cross the line. That's our first run of battles here for the final of the 2025 Pro 2 Series.
Yeah, certainly so. It looks like Cian had a really great chase run on Jake, right door to door here, maybe a bit shallow an angle, but I mean, of course, he's probably got half the horsepower of Jake here. But I think the big mistake for Cian, he dives lovely onto the door but just couldn't get the car to light off in time, and that's the lack of horsepower. You know, if he had that power, he'd be able to light the tyres off a bit easier, but he still manages to finish off the run. Can't take anything away from Jake though. What a stormer of a lead run.
Yeah, it all fell apart from Keane there in the first hairpin, unfortunately for him. Very good up to that point, to be fair, but look, it's all still to play for Lee. He's going to be a little bit slower up the hill than McElveen, so let's see if McElveen can manage to make that work. He'll know that he doesn't have to go quite as hard here. That is the advantage of leading first, being the higher qualifier, leading first. You know how hard you have to push, and look at this McElveen leaving a little bit of a gap. Just not absolutely sticking it to the door of Leahy, and he is right to do so, because if he doesn't make a mistake here, and Leahy with a couple of waivers again, if McElveen can avoid the mistake, I think he's booking his place in the top 16.
Do not, Mike, it's the exact same thing again for Cian Leahy. He looked absolutely outstanding in the first half of his run, but on the second half, just at that first hairpin here after the straight, it does look like he's straightened up again, which will be a big thing the judges will take into consideration when it comes to the result of this battle. A shame, a very, very good driver, but we don't know where it's going to go yet. We can see our judges still reviewing the footage. You can see the replay live here on the screen. We're waiting for our winner to just about to drop in. Is it going to be Cian Leahy or is it going to be Jake McElveen, the Pro 2 junior driver? And it's true, it's Jake McElveen, the Pro 2 junior driver, making his way into the top 16 of the Pro 2 final of 2025.
Yeah, great run there from Jake. And guys, it is all to play for. We have 7 drivers still in contention to take this championship. We'll try to bring you live championship updates as we go through, but Alex Butler is one of those drivers. He is currently leading this championship just about at this stage, I would say, after qualifying. David Ford stands in his way on the line. The Galway driver might have something to say about that, because he looks like a man reborn, to be honest. He's off the dyno with this 1UZ turbo during the week at Richard Bradley's. Let's see what he has. Butler gets away from him though on initiation.
Butler takes proximity away from David Ford. The young gun is still flying up track. Look at the determination as Alex Butler passes out to judging tower here in Watergrasshill. Huge angle around the hairpin. Lovely flick from Alex Butler, but David Ford is trying to push up on the door of that E46. Is he going to make it? I'm not too sure. He's caught in the track just swamping to get up in the door of Alex. Whoa. What a run. Probably one of the youngest drivers in the championship, as Mike said, against one of the oldest.
Yeah, well, I was told to say that about poor old Davy Ford there, but we're going to keep saying it anyway. Lovely line there from Butler all the way across the pinball alley here. Now, did he wash very, very... I mean, did he slow quite a lot?
It's almost borderline, nearly too much angle there, I want to say, in ways. You know, you could say if David was on his door there, you could almost point the finger back at Alex there. There might have been a bit too much, but I wonder, I mean, look, we're not judges, put it that way,
we're
right?
Not,
so,
but I think the lack of proximity there from
100%.
David actually worked in Alex's favour there, possibly.
100%.
Right, so we switched them around. They are making their way up the hill again. David Ford leads us in. He's gone very wide here. He's gone extremely wide. He clips a tyre. Alex Butler's looking good here, guys, to continue his championship charge. David Ford running very, very wide up the hill there. Maybe too much torque in that Turbo 1UZ.
It looks like David Ford is feeling the pressure from the young gun, Alex Butler. Alex Butler cutting the track there to keep on the door of David Ford. A bit of a scrappy one there for their second battle, Mike, but I'm not too sure what way this is going to go. There's mistakes on both ends from both drivers. A bit of correction there from the lead driver on the second run from David Ford. Are just about to drop in the result, and the result is in. Alex Butler, the Pro 2 junior driver, our current championship leader, will be making his way through to the top 16. Are we going to see him on podium again today? What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, in fairness to Alex, I think he showed patience and he showed ability chasing there. Unfortunately for David, he made a few mistakes in the lead run there, but Alex just gave him the space that he needed, cool, calm, collected, and got the job done. He's now through to the top 16, and he will be versus the first place qualifier, Jake McElveen.
Look at this.
Give a round of applause for the one and only David Ford. That's the last one we'll be seeing this again this season. We're moving on to our next battle now.
Yeah, look at this. Jake Davey, who is second place in the championship, is the next battle. So that means if Butler and Davey keep going, they're going to meet in the Great 8, and that could be a title decider in the Great 8. How interesting is this? But he has to get through Luke Talley first, who has had a fantastic breakout season. And you know what? This one is going to be a very, very tight battle in my books.
Yeah, as we see Luke Tallis chasing in Jake Davey here. Jake is going to do a nice flick initiation, and look at Luke, he's right there in the pocket, but Jake starts to pull a tiny bit of a gap here over the top of the hill. A bit of extra pace from Jake is working in his favour. Luke Talley closes the gap in the GTR 86, puts it back to the door of Jake. Jake backs over it and there's contact, but he managed to keep it going. and they transition nicely into the final outside zones, and clean across the line. We're going to have to watch that back again.
Let's watch it
back.
back.
It looked like to me that Jake backed out of it a small bit, but is the pace of Luke Talley just there that he just closed the gap too quickly?
I think the lead car might have just backed off here a little bit, because it seemed to be, it's a full throttle section, to be honest. You're on throttle at that stage, so let's watch it back here again. Okay,
it's
so
quite shallow going in there.
Yeah, I mean, Davey definitely seemed to come off throttle for a second.
He had an adjustment there, should we say. I don't think it was intentional by any means. But
no, for sure.
To be honest with you, I think they're just... it's one of those, I don't think they're really going to point fault for it, because, it didn't affect anyone.
No,
do you know what I'm saying? So I think it's kind of all guns blazing here for Jake. He'll really put a solid chase here.
I would say it's advantage Tally, actually, at this one, because Davey, it wasn't a huge incident, but it was a significant contact, and it did look like to me, just personally, that maybe Jake there just... I don't know, did he miss a gear, or didn't seem to be that severe, but he just came off throttle for a split second, and Luke seemed to just hit him in a section where he presumed that the lead car would be full throttle.
Yeah, 100%. I think that makes perfect sense. And as we start the light gantry for the second half of this battle, Jake is giving himself a bit of running. He'll need it with this very quick car of Luke Talley. But as they leave the line, Jake is going to be chasing in Luke Talley here. Jake is going to get nicely behind the bumper of Luke Talley, and he sends it in there, and Luke is on a lovely line all the way through Clip 2. He's going to power his way up the hill here. But look at Jake Davey. He's right on his rear quarter panel all the way. Perfect timing of the transition, Mike.
Yeah, Jake Davey knows he has to put in the chase run of his life here if he wants to keep his championship hopes alive. He's doing exactly that. He transitions back. Does he find the door of Tally? He absolutely does find the door of Tally. Down the hill and across the line. Guys, what a run.
What a run, lads. That was absolutely outstanding. The young gun, Jake Davey, fighting for it now. He wants to take championship home with him today. Look at his precision on the replay. He is on the door of Luke Talley, but Luke Talley is giving him every opportunity to do it. He's putting on a perfect lead line, hitting all the zones, getting nice and wide, so Jake has all the opportunity to be there with him. And look at that, lads. It is absolutely stunning. The transition there.
The transition is absolutely fantastic by Jake. It might be enough to get...
Did he get himself back in it, Alan?
I think he might have, but worst comes to worst. I feel like he should be proud of that type of driving, and so we'll see what the result pops in.
There is some atmosphere building here, guys, in Watergrasshill, and Jake Davey's the winner. Jake Davey keeps going on his championship charge. My God, I mean, what a chase. Luke Talley, hold your head up high. That was a fantastic lead run, and I mean, all credit to Talley, but Jake Davey with the chase there, and just about did enough, guys, I would say, to overturn that mistake.
Absolutely outstanding. Two brilliant drivers, and I'm sure that's not the last we're going to be seeing them. They're going to become two very familiar faces and names within the Irish drift scene. Either way, we want to move on to our next battle now. It's the one and only Ericus Naviskos versus Clark Hatton. This should be a very exciting one.
Yep, all BMW battle. Slightly older school chassis versus the M2 of Hatton. Look at this from Hatton. He's right on the tail of Ericus. Hatton taking that inside line up the hill. Look at this beautiful shots from the live stream as both cars come up at the top of the hill. Absolutely deafening us here in the tower with engines screaming and smoke billowing from the back of these BMWs. Oh, Hatton almost takes the back off Naviskos. Try and pronounce that. The back off Naviskos' car. So
bit of contact there as they came across the line as well, Mike. I don't know if you saw that. It did look like Ericus came in a bit too shallow and straightened up maybe a small bit too early, so Clark Hatton was just tapping off the back, maybe just letting them know, hey, I'm here, I was here the whole time, and now we're going to switch things around and I'm going to take it away.
Little bit of an early transition from Hatton, but it worked out quite well for him. He's on the inside of the track there. I mean, Hatton does sacrifice line quite a lot, but he does get back into the pocket so deep there.
I was just going to say, I don't think it was Ericus' strongest of lead runs, but considering of that, like, he still managed to get the job done at the end of the day, right, in his lead run. So kind of falls back now to Clark to do a solid lead run, matches that of Ericus at least. But Ericus is going to have to put in a solid chase here too, because Clark really pulled the aggression out of the bag when he needed to, and really took some pretty big dives, even when Ericus wasn't possibly the strongest in lead at certain points.
Can I take a second here to check on this, that this is a top 32 of Pro 2?
Hey, you don't need to remind me. I'm going to mention here in a second how stacked this left bracket is. Just some absolutely fantastic battles coming up.
Yeah, crazy bracket. Look at this. Ericus Naviskos is not letting Clark get away. Maybe there, as they pull the gear, he just pulled a couple of meters on him, but Ericus is right back in the pocket up the hill here. As they scream past us here, once again, the noise in Watergrasshill here is absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable, like.
That was absolutely unbelievable. Like, where would you get something like this, Mike? You saw it there. Look at this. Oh, what an outstanding run. Ericus Naviskos was there the whole way. It did look like Clark had a bit of a wobble here up around clip 4. He looks like he got on a bit too much angle, so it slowed him down a bit. So there's a bit of a correction then because of that for Ericus.
Yeah, of course. We can go to the judges as well, of course, guys, in the event that the judges would like to explain a very tight call or a very technical one. We do have the option, of course, of going to the judges and getting the word of Kieran Hines in on it as well.
I was just going to say, Adam, I think this is going to be a very close one. You know, they had very similar lead runs at places. It's just going to be kind of falling back onto the chase, I feel like. So, quite a close one to see, of course.
But we can announce going through to the top 16. It's Clark Hatton books his place in the next round, which means that he will be facing off against Jake Davey. Wow, and Ericus Navitskos tries to kill his engine, I think, at the end of the season.
Sure,
They're
the
crazy
season's
stuff.
over now. I suppose he doesn't need them tyres or
Yes.
them
Ericus-
engine or them anything with that car because he nearly blew it up there.
Good season for Ericus Navitskos. That is the end of it for him, though, and we move it along to Dylan Wilson against Jack Mulvihill. It is Pro 2 versus Pro 2 Junior in this battle again. And Dylan Wilson still with a hope of this championship, guys. He's in 7th position. We spoke with him. He's literally the king of the cone as well. Jack Mulvihill coming in hot as well as the 29th place qualifier. Now look at this from Wilson. The 2JZ opening up the big gap there. Maybe just caught more grip off the line or something. Big gap opening up here, Adam. Big gap.
Absolutely wide. Dylan Wilson definitely has a proximity away from Jack Mulvihill here in the chase position, but Jack is still doing everything he can. He's trying to put down a clean chase run so he can get some score on the board, but Dylan Wilson had so much proximity away from there. Alan, you've been in this situation several times, maybe in the position of Dylan where you're a lot further away. What's it like to be that chase driver where you're trying to keep up to that lead who has way more proximity away from you?
Look, like in this situation, this is obviously Jake's very first time in a top 32 battle, so there's quite a lot of pressure on his shoulders, of course. So I think he did actually a very good job considering the circumstances. Dylan's been absolutely on fire. But yeah, of course, Dylan now has to kind of make sure he cleans up the areas that Jack kind of made a mistake in. And so here we go. We leave the line here for the second run. Dylan to chase in Jack Mulvihill, and Dylan Wilson giving a bit of a proximity. Giving a bit of a space here, a bit of room, but Jake is sending it down the back straight here, but Dylan's still keeping a gap, and as of right now, I don't know.
Oh,
where
Wilson washes
he
wide
drops
as well.
2 wheels.
Whoa.
Absolutely drops 2 wheels. He gets lost in the smoke here. Is he going to be able to clean it up? Wow, I don't know, lads. This is going to be a very close one.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Wilson was playing it clever and then going to close up the gap at the end, but it looked like he lunged too hard into the first hairpin, and it actually cost him because he's after dropping a wheel now and he had no proximity over the finish line. So I'm not sure if this one's after getting turned back around, Alan.
It's going to be pretty close. It's going to fall back to the lead run, I feel like, and I do think Dylan's lead run was considerably better than that of Jack's.
I would agree.
But those 2 wheel drops, look to clear up that in IDS is 4 wheels off is a 0. So 2 wheels off will be considered, I suppose, a major deduction ways, but it's nowhere near a 0. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's going to be a very close one here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tighter one than what we would have expected before the second run commenced. Dylan Wilson, I mean the chase there from Jack, it was really sketchy, and there was a huge gap after opening up. So I thought Wilson was at a really big advantage after the first run.
You have one other factor to weigh in here. That obviously the judges are looking back here on the first run, and is it possible that maybe they were looking at to see maybe if Jack's lead run was not the easiest to chase, and that's why there was a gap for him. So
yeah, of course, possibly, or Dylan's lead run wasn't the easiest to chase. Sorry, yeah. So we can announce going through
is the one and only Dylan Wilson be making his way through to the top 16. So we'll be seeing lots more of him. Lads, we're about to move on to a very entertaining battle.
Dylan Wilson is still in the championship hope as well, still. So wow. And we spoke with these guys down on track. It is young Jamie Hines and Colin O'Sullivan, and there were fireworks.
They were absolutely fighting against each other. Apparently there's a lot of stones aside of Colin's edge, according to Jamie. Hopefully not, but Jamie Hines in the lead this time around. Jamie Hines takes the lead. Big flick from Jamie, but Colin is there with him. Look at these 2 young ones, 2 young lads. The talent on them is insane. Small bit of a straight in there from Jamie Hines, but he still makes it work. Huge dive up now on the door from Colin O'Sullivan, cutting the track, small bit to keep up with Jamie. Tiny bit of contact right there with him. Look at this. This is absolutely fully entertaining. Jamie Hines is right down the edge of the track, but Colin is with him the whole way through. Lads, this is absolutely wild. They were talking full fight talk down there when we were talking to them on the track, and they meant it.
Yeah, be sure to get involved, guys, in the crowd, and make sure to give the drivers huge rounds of applause when they come up here. It means the world to these guys. These things cost so much money, so much time. Whole families put their entire lives into these things and this championship throughout the course of the season and even in the winter to build them. Look at this one, Colin O'Sullivan, then a big
trying
guy
to pull the Yugen factory aero off, like you mentioned earlier.
He promised that he was going to put some Yugen factory parts around the track, and you know what? He's living up to his promise. So let's see what happens in the second half of this battle now. Young Jamie Hines becomes the predator here.
Absolutely. Colin O'Sullivan, the young man from Kerry, will be taking the lead, but the young one, Jamie Hines, first year competing, is going to be there with him. Here we go. It's Colin O'Sullivan in the lead. Jamie Hines chasing. Colin O'Sullivan flicks in entry for his lead position here, but Jamie Hines is there following. Colin just comes a bit wide after zone 2 there. Taps off the wall. Deletes that rear light on that beautiful car, but Jamie Hines is there with him. A bit more scrappier than the first one we saw, but look at this proximity. Jamie Hines is there with him. Colin O'Sullivan, we can hear the crowd cheering him on. Colin O'Sullivan to the edge of the track, but Jamie Hines is there the whole way.
Wow.
Give the two young guns a huge round of applause.
Well, I mean, what's the combined age here? Is it like 33 odd?
Still younger than you, whatever it is.
Still younger than me, exactly. Thanks, Adam. But I mean, fantastic stuff, guys, and you save your applause for these guys until they come up in front of you, because that was absolutely a fantastic battle worthy of pro competition all day long. So, guys, as they pass you up there on the bank, can we give a big round of applause, please, to young Jamie and Colin O'Sullivan.
Colin O'Sullivan looks like a bit of a cowboy sat inside there. Do you see him with the sunglasses on? Completely chilled out. Not bothered him.
Cool as a breeze.
Pure Kerry man.
Pure Kerry man. Hamming up the accent there as well on the interview earlier on to show that he's from Kerry. So fantastic stuff. Loving seeing these battles. Loving seeing the young guns coming through. Having fun out on track. This is what it's all about. As they nervously wait now for the results.
Yeah.
No championship, no championship ramifications on this one as such, but definitely.
But still, there's a dark horse between the two of
There
them that
is.
could certainly take out.
And they could take a win in this competition.
Certainly so, yeah.
The winners came through, lads, and it looks like. Oh, never mind. It's our marshal just taking a joke out of us.
Proverbial.
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out now. The result is in from our judges. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Colin O'Sullivan or James Hines? It's young Jamie Hines making his way through to the top 16. First year competing, lads. And look at the result he is getting. Absolutely insane. Look at these lads. They're putting on a show for us. Two huge characters. We're definitely going to be seeing a lot more of them as the years go on.
Jamie Hines is going to face off against Dylan Wilson, and on the line we have Peter Malloy versus Nathan Corcoran. So the left hand side of the bracket is absolutely stacked. So quick one there, Kieran Hines, super close battle. Do you want to explain exactly why Jamie Hines progressed in that one?
Yeah, okay, just a bit loud here, sorry, 1 minute. I'm turning myself down. Yeah, look, if you compare the two runs, on the first one, we scored it a 6-4 to Colin O'Sullivan, basically because of Jamie's stall up on just going into the first hairpin. Prior to that, you know, if he didn't make that mistake, it would have been a fairly even run. There was not a lot in it. Colin didn't really bring the battle. You know, he lacked that bit of aggression. When he swapped it around, look, Jamie had just loads of aggression. Really liked that dive into the first hairpin on the door. Like, he took a big risk there, and it paid off because we scored him quite well for it. So it was aggression versus the little error he made on the first run. So on the second one, he did enough to win it.
Well, there you have it. Thank you very much, Kieran Hines. Explained in great depth as always. Thank you so much. And we move it along, guys, to the line. It's a double BMW battle. Huge horsepower deficit in this one, but it is, I think it's power versus consistency here, I would say. Peter Malloy.
Maybe, yeah,
Peter Malloy is still in the championship here, guys. He is still looking to take this Pro 2 championship at Watergrasshill. It's all coming down to these battles. Nathan Corcoran has something to say about it, but you know what? He just backs out of it, was it? Yeah. Mechanical for Nathan Corcoran, guys. Nathan Corcoran has shut it down. And you know what? Unless something drastic changes in the next battle, Peter Malloy might still be in this championship.
Mike, I think commentator's curse was in full flow there. You said it was going to be consistency or was it going to be power, and consistency definitely took it there. You can see the dive here on the replay. Nathan Corcoran went right up into the rubber. He had to back out of it. He knew he would have made contact otherwise. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, no, it's an interesting one because it looked like everyone was going fine, and just as he got to the door, either the car shut off or did he maybe break something. I know he had issues with the gearbox yesterday, so maybe possibly is something after braking there. So to kind of wait to see from marshals there, is there an issue with Nathan's car, or was it simply a driver error, just got too committed to the door and had to pull out of it to avoid contact?
By my calculations, which wouldn't be great, Peter Malloy qualified in 5th position, okay? He was on 224 points. Qualifying in 5th position gets him 6 points?
Yeah, I guess so.
So
we'll say that.
So Peter Malloy is currently 4 points behind Alex Butler, who did not qualify in a position to get championship points. So it is literally 4 points, I think, separating these two drivers, Alex Butler and Peter Malloy. So if Malloy takes this one, it is on. It's on.
It's on, right. So
and it's all on the left-hand side of the bracket.
That's right, yeah. And as we see, Nathan's leaving once again, so must not be a problem with the car. And Peter's going to chase him here. Peter doesn't really need to do anything crazy here to get this win, but Nathan is showing a great lead run so far up to the wall here, as Peter gave plenty of space down the front straight here into the first hairpin. And Nathan starts to loop, and he drops 2 wheels, he straightens up. Peter keeps it going, and they're going to finish off the run here. I don't think there's much to say here. Nathan made a few mistakes there and sailed his feet there. So I think that's going to be a pretty clear one, Adam.
Yes, so I just got word in there as well. Nathan Corcoran did decide to run through with that, but he is having a small bit of an issue with that car. His throttle pedal keeps getting stuck on the floor, so I'm not too sure. Something in the way. Is his shoes too big, or is it just sticking? I'm not too sure at all. We can see here on the replay, he did have a bit of an error there around the first hairpin, went off track. Mike, I think you really put it down to what you said the first time around here. Is it going to be power? Is it going to be consistency? Consistency really took it, and Peter Malloy showed his consistency throughout this.
Absolutely. So we can announce going through to the top 16 and staying in the championship hope. It's Peter Malloy goes through to the top 16. The man from County Down will not be down after that result. He'll be up, in fact. He'll be delighted. So Peter Malloy is right there with Alex Butler in this championship chase. And we move on to the last battle of the left-hand side of the bracket. It is Dean Davey in the 180SX versus Ollie Cassidy in the R32.
This should be an absolutely brilliant one. Dean Davy's been on form this weekend, so is Ollie Cassidy. Dean Davy makes a lot of proximity there away from Ollie. A bit of a late initiation from Dean Davy, but look at the cars here fly up. Lovely line from Dean Davies, doing how the Davies do it. But Ollie Cassidy makes a dive up in the door, cutting the track a small bit here around the first hairpin, but it doesn't work out exactly the way he wants it. Dean Davies still putting on a solid line, trying to push it out to the edge of the circuit, but Ollie Cassidy is there with him. A lot of proximity between the two drivers throughout that battle.
Yeah, I just want to point out there, Dean was the last person in the Pro 2 class to win this event in the car that Jake Davies driving right now. So I think Dean is the guy to watch here. He knows how to win here, but one thing I want to point out, he did miss a gear down the straight, and it did affect Ollie down the straight as well. So I do think that's going to hinder him a tiny bit here. Or the judge is going to be looking at that gear miss and the fact that Ollie had to give him a bit more space not to make contact down the straight, going to work in Ollie's favour. But other than that, though, I mean, Dean's lead run, absolutely monster once again.
Yeah, you're a good man for a statistic, you are, Alan Hines, to be fair to you. So
he really brings us down to earth. We're here trying to have a laugh, and he's there all fucking statistics and all them big words.
Don't get me started with algebra.
Yeah, Ollie Cassidy, the rookie driver, now becomes the lead. As you said, Alan, maybe the judges will be looking at the run into the last battle, but it's still all to pay for here, I would say. Ollie Cassidy leads us up the hill now. Dean Davy in pursuit. Ollie Cassidy goes wide, comes away from the clipping point very early. He's going to make it borderline impossible for Davy to stay online, and so it becomes, gone very tight. So Ollie Cassidy not having the perfect lead run here. It's all falling apart, and I think Davy's going to be booking his place in the top 16 unless something that we definitely missed, you know.
Certainly all falling apart for Ollie there. I don't think, I thought that Ollie might have had a chance if he just got a clean lead run there. I wonder, did the missing of the gear from Dean Davy down the straight and his lead run would have kind of worked in Ollie's favour, but I don't think Ollie kind of helped himself any bit there with that lead run, unfortunately. That's a major mistake there, going into the hairpin like that. So I think Dean just did what he had to do and just get across the line, and I think this is going to be going into Dean Davies' favour.
I'd say so as well. Ollie Cassidy unfortunately didn't have the best lead run there. His line was definitely one of his own, unlike the rest of the lines we've seen him put down this weekend, because he was driving very strong. So we're waiting for the official result to drop in here. Is going to be Ollie Cassidy or Dean Davey? It's Dean Davey, one of the Davies brothers, making his way into the top 16. That means now we're going to see both Davey brothers making their way through. Could we end up seeing them meeting each other at this side of the bracket? Where would be possibility? The only possibility would probably be in the top 4. So, or sorry, great, yeah, top 4 probably the only possibility, but we don't know where it's going to go. Either way, we're moving on to our next battle now. Two very strong drivers. It's Mattis Karaitis and Luke Buttimer.
Yeah, well, we've moved to the right hand side of the battle bracket, guys. So Dean Davies going to be taking on Peter Malloy on the left. We move to the right. It is second place qualifier Mattis Karaitis versus Luke Buttimer. Huge horsepower deficit here. Luke Buttimer does not have the legs in the BMW. Look at the horsepower difference here, and this Alan Hines is where horsepower really comes into it.
Yeah, it looks like Luke tried to jump the line a bit, but maybe a lack of experience there. He should have just kept going for it, really, and he's now trying to catch back up. He's after dropping 2 wheels there, straightening up, and Matthias is just walking away with this at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, nothing makes you more determined to get a new engine set up than the likes of that happening on the straight. You just need the horsepower, like you said, Luke Buttimer. But I mean, he did kind of wait. I think, like you said, he should have just kept going and expected the higher powered lead car to pass him out. So perhaps Luke could have kept himself a little bit more in it, but this one isn't over yet because it's so hard to left foot brake on this track.
I'd like to see the replay from the actual static camera that they have looking at the start line. It's hard to tell from this perspective. You know, was there a jump of the light, or was there maybe just Luke just jumped it too much?
Yeah, maybe. But this track, once again, guys, it's borderline impossible to successfully left foot brake on it because of the straight section, and because you're going uphill, it's very difficult up the hill. So let's see if Mattis Karaitis can manage to not make a big mistake here behind Luke Buttimer. So far he's doing a pretty good job of it as they pass us here in the tower. Engines absolutely screaming. Mattis locks up the front, actually trying to stay behind Luke. Luke runs wide once again. Yeah, it's just Luke Buttimer trying to overdrive the car a little bit now maybe, and it's all falling apart for the Charleville man here. Well, you know what, valiant effort, did his best in a car that has no right to be there, possibly with 200 horsepower, and they crossed the line.
I said it when this track layout went live on social media. I knew it instantly that power would be a massive thing for these drivers, and what will definitely make a difference in these runs, especially when we got to the battle part of today's show, and we can really see it here between Luke Buttimer and Mattis that the power difference is really causing there's a bit of a stir. We've seen it even throughout qualifying that the lower power cars were struggling a small bit. But Luke Buttimer, a very talented young driver, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of him again now next year.
Yeah, absolutely. He's building a 2JZ at the moment, I believe. So definitely going to be seeing him back with more power. And we can confirm, going through to the top 16, it is Mattis Karaitis. And Mattis, great sportsman, going over to shake hands, guys. Enjoyed that one. Mattis absolutely buzzing.
Fair play to him. What I suppose a dream weekend at the end of the season to kind of get kind of results like this is always a great booster heading into next season for sure.
He's pumped. He's going to be one to watch because he's having fun. And you know, when a guy is having fun like that, it's always a good sign when a guy is having fun like that. So guys, we move it along. This is another one that could be a big one in the championship. Daniel Devine is still in the championship chase here, but he's got to get through a very tough opponent here in the form of Niall McInerney. They've qualified very closely together. It's 15th for McInerney versus Devine in 18th. McInerney, the higher qualifier, will lead us in. Does Devine have an issue? Or is McInerney pulling off for a 5-minute rule here? It looks like McInerney's pulling off for a 5-minute rule.
The car looks low on one side, but that's from probably up here. We look down at it, so it looks like it's on one side. I was wondering, does he have a D-beat or something?
Oh, good point, yeah. Good point.
So speaking to our head of track here, it is Niall McInerney that will be taking a 5-minute rule here. So I'm not too sure exactly what the issue is with the car. I highly doubt he's doing a tactical one waiting for a bit of rain, because we're not seeing any of that here today.
Well, he has 440 horsepower, so I think he's okay for the bit of power for the...
it's a misfire he seems to be having.
It's a misfire, okay.
So I think there's going to go in and double check over that.
Right, Danny Devine will be having a long wait, so 5 minutes is what he'll have to wait basically, because once Niall McInerney's pit crew put hands on that car, he has 5 minutes to leave his pit box, and if he doesn't, he is out of competition. So Danny Devine we'll be waiting on to see the result of that. Now we move it on to the next battle, warming up their rear tyres down on track and scrubbing in their fronts. It's Gar Collins against Justin Murphy. It's twin BMW with JZ power on the track right now, and you know what? I know both these drivers, I know both their driving styles. There's going to be fireworks in this one. Gar Collins has no chill. He just has no chill.
I don't think Justin has either.
No, Justin Murphy. Justin Murphy rolled the car in the first qualifying run in Mondelo, came out in the second qualifying run. They fixed the car in the middle, came out and qualified the car after rolling it in Mondelo. I mean, come on.
Fair play to him, and not only that, but the next event, the thing was absolutely mint once again. So he's not afraid to fix it up if he has to. So I think that driving style is really rewarded when you know when you have to push it to the line. But we're waiting for these guys to leave the line. You know what? To be honest with you, between these two, I don't know who I fancy more who's going to take this, because like you said earlier,
I'm
Mike.
glad you said who's going to take this after.
Who'll take this after?
I thought you were just going to say I don't know who I fancy more.
Oh yeah, well there's that as well, I suppose. But we won't talk about that right now. That's for another time. But
two handsome men, to be fair.
Two JZ BMWs.
Yeah. Two handsome
Four
drivers.
JZ.
Four JZ.
E108. Never mind.
You're getting too technical for us commentators, so you are.
Yeah. Absolutely, you are.
As the wind is taking us over here, cans of Red Bull flying everywhere. Obviously, our sponsor of the series, Red Bull, keeping us energized.
Keeping me energized, I know you keep me going for the day. One of the best sponsors we could probably have, and along with Lucky Day competitions. This is going to be a very interesting battle, lads. This is two drivers with zero fear and zero chill. So, as you said, Justin Murphy rolled the car, came straight back out. But Gar Collins, he's a real hard charger. Anytime I've seen him on track, he does not hold back. He sends that BMW as hard as he possibly can.
He does indeed, yeah. He does indeed, as we're just getting things battened down a little bit. A bit of wind rising here, and it is playing havoc with the screens in the tower here. So the judges and crew here just tying up the screens a little bit more securely.
I just was going to mention earlier before, obviously the wind tried to, decide to hurt us up here or whatever. But look, Gar Collins' lead run, he's been showing us great commitment, especially into the middle hairpin at the bottom on the other side of the track here. But Justin's had a bit of a history of going one more times with people who've qualified very well in the past, so it's going to be quite interesting. I feel like Justin's going to have the aggression here in the chase run, but Gar's been doing great lead runs all day, and I feel like he'll equalise that chase run later on. So I'm quite intrigued to see how this goes. I feel like it can go either way, so we'll have to wait and see what happens here. I think we're getting the green light here from the marshals. The head marshal up here, he's going to give us the green light that they're about to send it. But
yeah, Kevin, our start line marshal below, will make eye contact now with both drivers. He's getting the signal from Sean here, our track controller. Makes eye contact with both drivers to make sure they're both ready to rock. He leaves the track, then he sets the lights. So we're ready to go now. Green light for both drivers, and Gar Collins leads the line. Listen to the
massive jump
limiter
on Justin Murphy, doesn't he? As Gar Collins sends it in. Great line so far from Gar Collins. He pushes it out towards the wall of clip 3. Transitions nicely across the clip 4. Justin is trying to close the gap here, and he does a massive big dive here into the middle hairpin. And Gar's maintaining this great outside line through clip 6. Transitions to 7. And again follows that line all the way. Look at that. Justin Murphy closes the door across the finish line.
Yeah, nice run there. Nice finish to the run from Justin Murphy. Good proximity there, and just didn't seem to get, the chase car. We always say it as well in Mondelo, Alan, especially in the wet, you cannot get off the line in Mondelo as the chase car in the wet. There's so much less grip on the right-hand side.
There really is. In this scenario, though, if anything,
you
should have more grip on the chase lane, and this time for Justin Murphy, considering this would be the go-kart racetrack, so the most rubber would be on the inside at least.
Yeah, you'd imagine so, actually, but we've seen it often enough that the chase car sometimes just doesn't get off the line quite as well. Not sure they're starting almost in the burnout box, or there's some marbles over there or something, but you really want to be leaving before the lead car, which you are allowed to do, of course.
Yeah, you should see, maybe Gar might do it here. Look, he's starting to edge forward already before he even went light when green. As a chase driver, he's allowed to do that, but as we chase it in here, Justin pulls a bit of a gap on Gar into turn 1, but Justin cuts the line to clip 2 and now runs wide off the 2 and barely gets clip 3. And Gar is just having to adapt to what Justin is doing in front of him, but Justin is now cleaning up his line. Gar is closing the gap once, just like Justin did. So, you know what? This is the end run of this is pretty close. But you know what? In my opinion, and I'm not a judge, as we always say as commentators, right? But I'm edging this towards
He's a commentator
Gar.
now. He does for one day, and he's one of us.
He's a commentator now.
First time commentator, last time commentator.
ID,
but I'm edging it toward Gar.
IDC champion, judge, and now a commentator. What can't he do?
And I pretend know-it-all with my statistics and algebra and
also a fashion model, we stated that
one. Yeah, I was a fashion model yesterday as well. Thanks, Adam.
Virtual drift champion.
Steve.
Yeah. Fantastic man is Alan Hines. We're lucky to be in his presence, to be honest.
At least he's bringing us both down to earth, because we get a bit too silly, and Alan actually has the knowledge.
I'll send an invoice to you later on.
Exactly. So, guys, after a great battle, we can announce going through to the top 16. It's Gar Collins progressing to the top 16, and Justin Murphy.
As Justin Murphy sends it to the moon one last time this year.
As we hear all covering our ears here in the tower, the crazy noises coming up here, fantastic noises. We're being treated to here. So we move it along, guys. It is another one that could decide a championship. It's two guys coming in hot. Andrew Kinnan looking fantastic this weekend and driving well as well. Declan Byrne is in the championship hunt as well here, and he said, you know what, he didn't have nerves coming into his second qualifier. He said he was just going to send it. That's what he did. Let's see what they can do.
Absolutely, so Andrew Kenna in the lead position this time. Declan Byrne, look at it, dive from
Whoa,
Declan Byrne.
contact
There, straight after zone 1, but it's still, both drivers still keep good. Declan Byrne is not holding back. Look at that transition. Declan Byrne is right down, and more contact on the back end of that Altezza JZ powered.
Yeah, this is the top.
Slow down here now. Has Andrew Kenna cut off? No, he hasn't. He's still going, but has that affected the run? I'm not too sure. Declan Byrne is zero chill there.
This is the top 32.
What's going on?
I mean,
what is going on?
What is happening? It's only the top 30. Somebody go down and tell these fellas it's only top 32. Look at that. Now the judges will be looking to see whether Kinna slowed up.
It does look like he slows before the transition.
Oh, Byrne almost takes the back corner off.
I
nearly
wonder
takes the Lexus light out there.
Yeah, I'm sure there's been many Lexus lights have been destroyed in this country.
Altezza lights.
Or Altezza. Well, they're probably more fancier than Lexus lights at least. But I'd just be wondering there, did Kenna kind of decel before that transition? Which, I mean, I don't know how the judges look at that. I'm not sure the decel map in that area, but might explain the contact. Contact in turn 1, I think, was more or less fair game in ways. It was pretty aggressive chase run by Declan, and Paul didn't really do anything wrong in the lead run. Andrew, sorry, I think of a different kind of. Apologies, Andrew, but he didn't do anything wrong later on there, and Declan came in with a pretty big dive on the door. But that second contact is probably going to be the ones that the judge are going to look at the most.
Yeah, definitely the second contact was definitely the more contentious one there. Just having a look back at the replay before we move it on to the second battle.
Mike, I just want you to look at his. That's a pretty big hit there, to be fair. But look at this second one. Just watch Andrew Kenna's wheels here before this transition. We don't really see it from this perspective.
Yeah, Kenna came on the brakes very early.
He did a bit, yeah.
Maybe decided he needed to slow up the Altezza, but I thought he might have just come off throttle a bit early on the.
Possibly, yeah. Just
not
carrying
sure.
a lot of speed there, and that car has a lot of power too. It's a pretty quick car, so.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on it though. To be honest, you'd have to we'd have to study it again. We've got the drone footage here now, so the judge is taking a good look at this one before we send them. Contact just before clip 2, and I'll watch it over the straight here. So Kinna is still full send, but does he brake just before the transition? Really?
That's what it looks like from the other camera angle or from our perspective up here, the judging tower. It does look like the wheels kind of start to slow down before that transition, which the drivers are expected to decel after transition. So it'd be interesting to see how the judges look at that.
Yeah, definitely. So all the guys who are in the championship hunt are still in the competition. Will Declan Byrne join them? We'll have to see. Declan Byrne is now opening up a gap. Andrew Kenna desperately trying to find the door of the Sylvia. Can't quite seem. Oh, Byrne! Does he throw it away? He doesn't. He just about holds it. That was very close.
How did he hold that much angle there? Declan Byrne has absolutely zero chill coming into this run. Andrew Kenna
was that the camera angle? I was watching that on live stream rather than watching it on track. Was that the camera angle?
I looked behind you here, Mike. It was insane. He was facing straight towards the judging tower here when he probably should be facing a little more towards the down the bottom of the hill here.
Watch this from Byrne here. So. Oh yeah, Byrne has a huge over rotation as well, but does manage to get it back. He's lucky there not to be on a zero, Alan. He almost spun it.
And he had all the lock in that wide sub in front of that car to try and save, and he managed to finish off the run at least, but it didn't mess up Andrew Kenna behind him, to be fair.
Imagine if Declan Byrne won this championship after that moment. I mean, he's still he still has a hope of winning this championship. We'll try to bring you some live scores as we go on. The judges are watching this one. I think it would have been a little bit more clear cut, before the Byrne mistake there. But judges will let us know. Guys, round of applause. Declan Byrne is out of the car, himself and Andrew Kinna putting on quite the show there. and yeah, let's see.
We can actually see from the aggression of Declan Byrne here, he actually has dented in one of his wheels. You can see it there, Mike, from the judging tower, the front right wheel of his car. That was pure aggression from him. But Andrew Kenna playing fairly safe, putting on a great lead run, and Declan Byrne used every bit of it. We can see it here on the replay again as we watch it. Look at that contact after zone 1. Look at that contact after zone 1. There was no holding back there.
No holding back whatsoever, no. Great to see it in the top 32. Great to see such aggression and such commitment from both drivers. Always loving to see it. Love Pro 2 action in IDS, and love it down here in Watergrasshill as well. We are in for quite the evening, I think, as we make our way down through the right hand side of the battle bracket. We're knocking out the battles quite quickly, guys. It's only 3:30 and we are already 2/3 of the way through the top 32, I would say.
Look at the front wheel from Declan Byrne there, the contact.
Yeah,
that's a pretty rare wheel too, from my knowledge.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a cheap wheel.
No, it doesn't. But you're talking about the battle bracket there. I was mentioning earlier how the left side of the bracket was absolutely stacked, and this right side of the bracket definitely does have some heavy hitters. Declan needs to get this win if he wants to have any chance of getting this championship, because all of his, I guess you could say, enemies.
Yeah,
all of his competitors have all made it through, more or less, except for Daniel Devine, who we're still waiting on that one more time.
We've got Danny Devine, Declan Byrne, and Andrew Malloy on the right-hand side of the bracket.
Yes. So
it's 4 on the left, 3 on the right. 7 of these guys can still win this championship. I mean,
absolutely insane.
It's insane. According as we go through into the top 16, obviously that number will drop off. We've asked the staff here to try to do some live championship updates where possible. We'll try to do them ourselves, but our maths wouldn't be the old best now, I'd say, Alan. But we've asked the staff here to try to let us know how the championship is going live, because I think it could potentially come down to being very, very, very close at the finish, you know, if depending on the way the thing falls, you know.
Well, obviously this battle right here is championship implications in itself. Declan, as we said earlier, needs to get this one, but the judges are falling back to the lead run with Andrew Kenna leading in Declan Byrne, and they're looking at the piece of contact that happened right in front of us here. So everyone here in attendance has seen this. Obviously you guys here in attendance can't see this on live stream, but feel free to log on to your YouTube app and check out the IDS live stream. You might be able to see the replay footage that they're watching back here, but the only thing I question here obviously is they're looking at the piece of contact. There's a couple of things that they're thinking about here. Is it a case that maybe Andrew should have kept the shoe in it even after the hit?
Yeah.
It looked like it didn't really affect him too much. Are they looking at the contact from Declan? Are they blaming Declan for the first piece of the contact that happened at turn 1, but then they're looking here at turn 2? There's a lot in this battle, and I don't think, like you said earlier, Mike, that I don't think Declan made it any bit easier with that over rotation in his lead run, because it certainly messed up Andrew's chase in those last two corners.
Yeah, for sure, guys. Get out the phones if you're here in attendance and want to be seeing what the judges are watching. You can get the drone shot actually is right now on the live stream, so it'll be broadcasting probably on YouTube 10 or 15 seconds time. So if you want to see what the judges are seeing, you can get out the phones there and have a look as I get inappropriately touched here in the tower by Sean Healy, our track controller. A good friend of mine though, so that's okay. And guys, we can announce that we have a result of the Declan Byrne Andrew Kenna saga, and the result is they're going one more time. Declan Byrne and Andrew Kenna are going to have to do it all again, as Andrew Kenna gives it a limiter of joy there. Judges,
yeah, we'll try and get the judges.
We might get the judges on that
they're
one, but
still deep in discussion, so they're certainly trying to break it down a bit more. I think we'll try and get one of them to talk here, but I think they're trying to figure out who does the talking, because this one is a certainly difficult one to explain. But we'll hold tight on the battle just yet, just to get that explanation, because I do think it is important.
So we're going to go to Kieran Hines very briefly, because we have the next battle gridded obviously. But Kieran Hines, that was a long decision for you guys to have to make, and you went with one more time. Would you like to just run us through why exactly?
Okay, just talking about the run first of all. The first run, we say when Kenna was actually leading, like Declan has a little bit of contact in the first corner. You know, we kind of argued. I thought that Kenna should have been a bit more on throttle there, but look, that's fine. it's the next issue that comes up. It's the contact with Declan when he taps him on the way into the first corner. Then Kenna's driving straight, so arguably there's a 0 scored. So we had a long discussion about this, and I felt that that Kenna actually was Andrew was. He's a very lazy transition on the way into the first corner. I felt it was very hard for Declan to anticipate that, and that's why the contact happened. And I was blaming the straighten on that. My colleagues here, one of them doesn't agree, thinks that it's the other way. Look, we had a discussion before this round, and we said, look, when it comes to a call where it's taking so long to come up with a decision, and in order to try and keep the event going and stalling things up, that if it isn't a clear winner on the run and we can't come to a clear decision, that we would just call it one more time on it and just go with it. That's kind of where we split on what happened on that first corner. The argument is shared blame, which we can score a 0-0 for, where one of us would feel that it's one person that could feel it's the other one, the other person could feel it thought it was shared blame, and I think there's a little bit of that there too. So I think, look, in fairness, probably the best way to go for this one is to just go one more time and let them sort it out in the next one.
Thank you very much, Kieran Hines. So that is it, explained in depth, because that could be a championship deciding battle, obviously. So we move back to the line, and it is Matt Darren and Kieran Lynch. We didn't have time to speak with Kieran Lynch, unfortunately, there in the parade. We just had to get the draw done because we had to clear the track. But I will tell you that he is one of the characters of Irish drifting at this stage, and a local man in Carricknavar, I believe, just up the road here. But he has to get through Matt Darren here, who has travelled a little bit further. But you know what, Matt Darren is a Watergrasshill specialist.
Absolutely, two characters of the Pro2 Championship, the best beard and one of the funniest accents, a very great character. It's Matt Darren in lead position here. It does look like he went wide, but he brought it back in. And Kieran Lynch making the dive up in the door. Kieran Lynch having a bit of a struggle, straightens up down the straight here, but gets it back in drift. Matt Darren still doing what Matt Darren does and flying around the track, put down a solid lead line. Kieran Lynch making a big dive up on the door of Matt Darren. Small correction there. Nearly swam with contact after the line there as well,
yeah.
But Kieran Lynch did have that straight in here at the top of the hill, having after zone 3, we'll see here on the replay. It looks like
it just got lost in the smoke here as Matt went through the transition. And Matt's lead run is actually very, very good down the straight here in front of us. But in fairness to Kieran, he really closed up the gap. And it's a credit to Kieran, his driving has really elevated over the last couple of years. And really maintaining proximity across the line there is certainly a confidence booster leading into this lead run for the second half of this battle. As the lights tick down, we go to green. Matt chases in Kieran Lynch in the yellow 180SX SR20. Matt chases, big dive on the door, more contact up the hill here as usual in Watergrasshill. Kieran Lynch right on the wall. Beautiful line there from Lynch once he composed himself again. Matt Darren is looking to get right in the pocket of the 180 here now. And does just about manage to do so as I get a face full of tyre smoke up here. And Matt Darren with a fantastic chase there. A little bit sketchy from Kieran Lynch, but full commitment from the Corkman. Round of applause there from the crowd liking that one.
Bit of a scrappy battle there, so was Mike. You can see here on the replay again, there's a tiny bit of contact there coming up the hill. Doesn't look like it affected Kieran Lynch too much. Maybe helped him out, even putting him on more.
I was going to say, I do think it helped him out a bit.
Kieran Lynch just put on quite a solid line though up in here in the first half of the run.
Yes, certainly so, and I think Matt did a really great job here chasing. I think he kind of knew that the advantage was on his side, because obviously Kieran's mistake in his chase run certainly wasn't not the ideal scenario, but that's enough for Matt Darren get the win.
Matt Darren got his beard caught in his own spoiler there.
Can we see a replay of that? Do we have a replay of that?
Matt Darren gets the win, and he is delighted to do so. Kieran Lynch, we'll be seeing him back next year in competition, I'm sure. Once again, guys, we are back in pro action in 2 weeks' time in Kerry at 360 Motorsports Park for the Pro Finals. Imagine what that's going to be like if this is anything to go by. Now we are back to the line for the battle, which was stopped for a 5-minute rule for Niall McInerney. And I am getting some info that Niall McInerney's car is still not absolutely right. I'm not sure if he's calling it or not, if he's going to try to run or not, but obviously if you try to get up the hill here in Watergrasshill with a misfire and it cuts out, you're risking damaging the car and your competitor's car, and maybe unnecessarily. So he's not confident in that car, but let's see if he's going to run or not.
Well, it is the final, Mike, so he has plenty of time to try to sort it out if it doesn't work out for him. So,
Well, also, this is a new engine package as well for him. I don't believe he was in Bishop's Court last event with this engine package. So certainly so. This is great testing for next year. Get all the bugs ironed out. Come back swinging next year with a full championship push. But
if he's anything to his brother as well, he's a top driver. In the making as
certainly
well,
so, and with a bit of extra horsepower, especially these guys who come in with low power cars. Once they get a bit of horsepower on their back, they're unbelievable. So unbelievable. Up out of it, eh? So Daniel Devine here, I will see, because certainly so. I think this is going to be Daniel Devine's pretty tough battle. I was quite looking forward to this. I'm kind of disappointed it's not going to be full beans between the two of them. But we'll see now Niall, what are we going to hear here? Is it going to be a car full of horsepower, or is it going to be kind of breaking up? Is it going to be an NA 328 turbo?
You know, I struggle to have faith. Yeah, so Denny Devine is leaving the line, proving that he can drift. So Denny Devine essentially doing a buy run here, getting in his practice. It's all for your entertainment here, guys. Look at him coming up the hill. Listen to the beautiful sounds of this 180 SX with the Turbo 2 JZ power, showing that he can leave the line and therefore advancing to the top 16. And looking good while he's doing it, which means, guys, that Denny Devine goes through to the top 16, keeping his championship hopes alive. And all the drivers, I believe, so far that are in that top 7 have all advanced. So this championship is still wide open. The Kira and the guys in the backroom staff here, the production staff, are doing the championship live. I believe there's 3 points at the top between Butler and Malloy currently. It's crazy.
Only 3 points, that's absolutely crazy. We're definitely going to have a decider fairly soon, I'd say so. Or if not, it's going to make its way all the way through to the actual final. And the final of today could be the final of the championship. We don't know. Either way, we got our next 2 drivers lining up and warming up their tyres. It's the one and only Connor Duggan from CDM Sport, one of our sponsors for this year's season, going to be chased down by the man in the E36 estate wagon, Callum Coogan, if I'm correct, so I'm saying.
Yep, absolutely. Callum Coogan more used to competing in his own E36, of course, but the guys in the Urban M Sport camp, they are always swapping cars, and just whatever car is available, whoever wants to drive it can drive it, I think.
Fair enough. I think Conor Duggan was trying to put on a bit of a show there. I think he was going for King of the Cone, warming up for next year or something.
Well, we do have the actual current King of the Cone in the championship race still. Literally, he's actually King of the Cone, Dylan Wilson, so he's got tough competition if he wants to win that.
We'll talk about competition. Here we go. It's Callum Coogan lead position, chased down by Conor Duggan. Look at the proximity already. Callum Coogan put down a great line. Conor Duggan is right on the door of him, not holding off at all. He wants to take the podium today. Bit of a late transition there, bit of a proximity opening up, but Conor Duggan makes a dive again, going a bit wider than what Callum Coogan is, but Callum Coogan is putting down a solid lead line, bringing it out to the edge of the circuit, accidentally dropping off a tyre there. Conor Duggan trying to hold off so he doesn't make the same mistake, but a solid run overall. They're going to swap it around now. Conor Duggan being in the lead position.
Conor Duggan does a great dive on Callum Coogan on initiation, but I think Callum made it very easy for him with a great lead line all the way through. And one thing I want to point out here, Duggan does a big dive, but Callum has a great line out of this middle hairpin and pulls a gap out of Conor Duggan's chase. So drops 2 wheels here, but or a solid wheel at least anyway. But yeah. I mean, started the chase looked very solid for Conor Duggan, but I think Callum kind of evened it out with that lead at the very end.
Yeah, so it's still very much in the balance, this one. Callum Coogan now becomes the chase driver. Doesn't quite make the dive when Conor Duggan left the door up there, but now does find the quarter panel of the slightly newer, slightly less practical BMW of Conor Duggan. Look at this fantastic proximity from Callum Coogan in the chase. Look at this, guys. This is a top 32 of Pro 2 competition. Are you not entertained? Wow.
In fairness, and it sounds like that Conor Duggan's V8 is now back to V6 because it doesn't sound the greatest right there. So
I was about to say, as it passed by the tower here, it didn't sound exactly like it should have.
It didn't sound the strongest for sure, yeah. And I think that brought the fight back to Callum Coogan. It might have worked in his favour, but Callum did a great job. chasing there in Stephen Halferty's E36 wagon, which I think most of the lads there in Urban M Sport have driven that thing at some stage this year. I think all 5 or 6 of them, they've all driven it.
We actually find it hard to hear each other up here because there's so much noise from the cars. But yeah, I actually mentioned that already. It's one of those cars that just gets passed around. Whoever
thrown
needs
around
it.
the place. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So this is going to be a tight one, guys. Great battle from both drivers. Can we get a round of applause for Callum Coogan, please, and Conor Duggan in the BMWs as Callum Coogan tries to stop Stephen Halferty's car getting away.
Making its way onto the next person going to be driving it.
Yeah, it's
right. I've done my job here. I'm going to go on to someone else.
Exactly. So, judges watching this one back. Nice dive from Duggan coming up the hill. If you want to watch this one back on YouTube on the phones as well, guys, you can see what we're seeing, and the judges are watching back. It's a tight battle, that's for sure. The beautiful lead line from Coogan once again. Duggan then maybe losing a bit of proximity towards the and cutting the track a bit, and there's a wheel dropped in from the lead car. So I would say maybe very, very close first run overall. Did he swap them around? And
if we watch replay here of Conor Duggan in lead position as he comes up the hill here, as Alan was saying, it does look like he's down a power. He loses his angle. Looks like he nearly straightens up a bit.
Yeah.
And you see Callum Coogan trying to deal with that. So maybe is that going to be an issue when it comes back to it?
Yeah, possibly. He definitely gripped up a little bit coming up the hill there. So we have to see, and we do see it is Callum Coogan goes through to the top 16. Conor Duggan of CDM Sport bows out, and that is his season done and dusted. He'll be happy with a good season.
I was just going to say, I know everyone's seen a wheel drop from Callum Coogan there, but you have to remember as well that 4 wheels off is a 0, so that was only a minor deduction from Callum Coogan, I'm sure. And it was the chase run that he had on Conor Duggan was much more consistent throughout the run, but also the ending of the run was certainly much better than what of Conor Duggan's chase on Callum Coogan's.
Absolutely. We're going to move on to our next battle now is Peter Rouse versus Marcus Heineken. When speaking to Marcus Heineken, I asked him for 3 words why way he wants the rest of his day to go, and he says a lot better are them 3 words. We're about to find out anyways as Peter Rouse in the lead position. Huge commitment from Peter Rouse here. Look at this. Marcus Heineken trying to catch up and close the proximity up on the door, but Peter Rouse is not holding back. He roars past the judging tower here. Bit of a correction after zone 4. And a spin for Marcus Heineken. Too heavy of a dive.
Yeah, I think Marcus is having a... I can't even hear myself think with Peter Rose. Marcus, I think, has been having some steering issues this weekend. But, he was obviously having to close up the proximity, got gapped down the straight a small bit. And for the first half of this run, he's just trying to claw back at Peter Rose's pretty quick S14.
You got to remember
a
as
mega
well,
dive here, but it's just too late too soon.
This is a new car for Marcus Heineken. Did you just say too late too soon?
I did exactly, yeah.
Yeah, class.
Too soon, too late.
I like that one. Throw the kitchen sink at it as another one too that people say, which is an interesting one.
So yeah, it's a new car for Marcus Heineken. So he's had a good season. He's shown his potential, and I think he's going to be happy with his season. Maybe not the best first run. Peter Rouse also qualifying much higher, the higher qualifier. Hangs back here. Peter Rouse doing the intelligent thing here. Knows that he's under no pressure to win this battle. As they deafen us here passing. Once again, that is the advantage of qualifying highly. You are in the position that you know how hard you have to push in the second run. So definitely a big advantage there for Rouse.
I just want to point out there that Marcus's lead run there was absolutely insane. And especially after the mistake he made in the chase run, I think that's a great way to end on a high, especially, considering that Peter just had to get a clean run in the chase position. But Marcus's lead run, look at this, absolutely fantastic, filling all the zones. Nice wide line here, leaving clip
lovely
5.
Lovely line
yeah,
there.
it's certainly so. And as he ends here in the last position, does a lovely snappy transition here into the final 2 zones. Wheel on white line all the way across the line. But Peter Rouse doing what he needs to do, get the job done. I think this is going to be going in Peter's favour.
Yeah, just waiting for confirmation from the judges. And Peter Rouse does go through to the top 16. Marcus Heineken with a great season under his belt. He'll be back with a car that will be more dialed in next year again, I'm sure, and he will be a force to be reckoned with for this championship, I think, next season. Now we move it along to the last battle in the top 32 bracket, even though we will have to go back to it one more time earlier in the battle bracket, of course. But as far as the battle bracket goes, this is the last battle down in the far down bottom right corner, and it has championship implications. Andrew Malloy currently sits in 4th place in this championship. Paul Dempsey stands in his way in the A86. You know what? All the other 6 drivers who are in this championship have progressed. Is Malloy going to join them? Let's see. Paul Dempsey is chasing him. He's going to have something to say about that, Adam.
We're about to find out. Mike, it's Andrew Malloy in the lead position. Two outstanding looking cars. Paul Dempsey having a bit of correction there. Looks like he nearly went off track with Andrew Malloy doing what Andrew Malloy does and is chasing or leading on for himself, putting down a solid lead line, giving Paul Dempsey every opportunity to get up on his door, but unfortunately cannot close that proximity. It's what you can expect from the Malloys, though. They always put down such a consistent run. We can watch it here in the replay.
This track is so tough and so technical with so much room for error. I'm not sure if that consistency is going to be a big part of this, because lots of drivers are making mistakes because this is a difficult track and the Malloys just don't seem to make mistakes. So I don't know, this is going to be a tight afternoon, I think, for the championship. You have to fancy that Malloy is at a big advantage here as well, going into the second half of the battle.
Absolutely. I wonder if Andrew Malloy wins, and if I tip the judges to make him win, will they give me the colour code for that car or something? Because I want to make my one look like that. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap, yeah. That car is actually a wrap. It's not painted. I thought the same, but it's actually a wrap. So
stunning colour.
Stunning car.
It's
Yeah. You've never said that before.
I don't think anyone paints the drift cars anymore. I think they're all wraps nowadays.
My RX-7 has 3 layers of paint, which is the most stupid thing ever, of course. But
extra protection.
Protection, exactly. It's silly. But anyway, we have to get back to the present moment. Paul Dempsey leads us up the hill in the E86. Oh, was that a mistake from Malloy? Was Malloy... I'll have to see that one back. I just want to see a replay of Malloy coming up the hill. His front wheels look quite straight there from the angle, but the drone angle can deceive it sometimes. Let's see now. Malloy does have to find the door here of Dempsey a little bit better. Dempsey is after finding the pace there, guys, and pulled out a bit of a gap there, so maybe it's not a clear-cut one here.
Certainly so, and I think Paul in the 86 Corolla, when an 86 Corolla has some good power, there was suspension, there's always going to good speed in it, and there was a mistake there from Malloy.
Yeah, his front wheels ended up very straight there, uncharacteristic straighten, I would say.
If you throw back the other way, I think Malloy and his leader had a bit more.
Had a straighten as well, a more pronounced one even,
Yeah, so I think it's going to be kind of even in that corner, but certainly so. I think Malloy, for the most part, is closer throughout the run in terms of proximity, at least. So,
Paulie D, Paul Dempsey, guys, let's hear a round of applause for Andrew Malloy and Paulie D, Paul Dempsey, in the Lucky Day competitions, Strom Wheel sponsored E86, and going through to the top 16, keeping his championship hopes alive. It's Andrew Malloy goes through to the top 16, which means all 7 of these drivers who can take this championship have now booked their place in the top 16. That is absolutely crazy.
Absolutely crazy. It shows consistency and the talent of these drivers. They all have what it takes to make their way into the Pro 1 class in the near future, I would imagine. But we're going to move on to our next battle now.
It's the one more time.
It's Andrew Kenna and Declan Byrne. Declan Byrne last time was on the door of Andrew Kenna. We're going to see the same thing again. It's Andrew Kenna in the lead position in that Lexus or Altez. I'm not too sure exactly what it is, but Declan Byrne has it all again. He's right there with him, not making any contact this time. It's absolutely stunning to watch. Andrew Kenna in the lead position. Great lead line from Andrew Kenna, and Declan Byrne seems to be holding back just that bit, more. Andrew Kenna dropping off just a small bit there, but look at the dive from Declan Byrne up on the door of Andrew Kenna. A wild battle again, a small bit of an error there from Andrew Kenna after we'll see in the first hairpin on track.
Actually, I forgot about this one more time. I was incorrect. It was 6 of the 7 have booked their place. Obviously, Declan Byrne is still in the fight here and trying to book his place. So 6 of the 7 who can win this championship are in the top 16. Declan Byrne is the last one trying to do that, and he's doing a very good job of it because he's bringing out every ounce of aggression in his body and absolutely increases his angle over Kinna's angle there and has the proximity crossing the line. Now Kinna is going to have to do something very spectacular here if he's to match that from Byrne, because Declan Byrne wounded up to 11 there in the chase position. Now Byrne becomes the leader, Kinna becomes the chase. We're about to do it all over again for the one more time. Declan Byrne with a big... Declan Byrne! Does Declan Byrne throw it away? Does Declan Byrne... Has he thrown it away? Something has happened. That car, Declan Byrne, might have just thrown his championship hopes away. It's 6 of the 7, not 7 of the 7, because I think Declan Byrne is out of competition with a mechanical... Looks like he went to initiate, just didn't have the drive, and Declan Byrne, unfortunately, looks like now he will not be booking his place in the top 16, meaning it's 6 left. Yeah, Declan Byrne just went to initiate, and there was nothing there. Well, it's definitely working now.
It's definitely working now. Declan Byrne's a huge character within the Pro 2 scene, and I am absolutely good for him. Andrew Kenna is an unbelievable driver, and I'm delighted to see him go through. But Declan Byrne, I've chatted to him a lot throughout the season. Huge character, huge determination, and he loves this sport. He's extremely passionate, and I know he's going to be gutted after this decision, but I know he's a good character. He'll be back again now next year.
Yeah, we're hearing there that Declan said that the car just shut off. Not sure exactly what happened. Possibly like an electrical problem there or something. Guys, he's out of the championship hunt, but he's been entertaining all year. Can we get a big round of applause for the one and only Declan Byrne as Andrew Kinna advances to the top 16, and we'll get to see that beautiful Altezza and that crazy driver in the top 16, which will be a treat for us all, where he takes on Callum Coogan. So we are ready to rock. I do believe that is our top 16 stacked. It is indeed. So that is the top 16 stacked. Top 32 is over and done with. Quick enough top 32 to be fair. As Declan Byrne gives Andrew Kinna an air filter full of tyre smoke and us a lung full of tyre smoke.
Well, if I needed to give 3 words to describe what our top 32 was like, it was unbelievable, like. But it was savage.
Emphasis on the like.
It's unbelievable, like.
Oh, you saved yourself there.
And unbelievable is like 2 words, you know.
Unbelievable.
Down in Kerry.
Right, guys, so that is the top 32 done and dusted. 6 of the 7 championship hopefuls have continued their charge. Declan Byrne just brought out there at the last. Car shutting off. Just mechanicals putting him out, really, to be honest, because he gave a fantastic chase in the first one. We move it along, guys. We're into the top 16 here at IDS Round 5 Pro 2, the finals in Watergrasshill. And look who it is on the line. It's the man just about leading the championship ahead of Peter Malloy. It's young Alex Butler. And it's Jake McElveen, the highest placed qualifier
and
today.
Not only that, but look at the run in. Alex is giving himself here in the chase position. He's going to really close it up down the straight here. He's going to flick it in with Jake McElveen. And look at the door-to-door proximity here, Mike.
Whoa! Looks like McElveen almost shut it off there for a second. Butler then making the dive. Didn't quite have a big contact, so just about ducked out of it there. Now McElveen washes wide. Butler's right there. Look at this from Butler. What a dive, and he made it stick. Unbelievable from Butler.
How did he hold that? I'm not too sure. Jake McElveen just about dropping a tyre there, I'd say. We can hear the crowd applauding. That was absolutely wild from the young Alex Butler.
That was wild from both of them. 2 young guns here. Once again, a combined age of about barely 20, I'd say, exactly.
Still younger than you, Mike.
Still younger than me, exactly.
In
Put
fairness,
3 of them together, they'd be younger than me.
I'm sure Alex has plenty of experience going to the post office, because he absolutely licked the stamp and sent it into the door there on Jake McElveen.
Nice.
How
long were you waiting to slip?
I was sitting on that one. I was waiting.
Slip that one in the post.
I'm not going to give away my secrets. This wasn't a great one.
Great commentator, Alan. Brilliant commentator.
Cheers. Like I said, I'll send on an invoice later on, lads.
I'll send on an all right driver as well, but a great commentator. No, we swapped them around, guys. It's still all to play for. It's still all to play for here, because Jake McElveen becomes the chaser. Alex Butler is leading this championship. He's after opening out a slight gap on initiation, but Jake McElveen has something to say about that. Coming up the hill here, full throttle, full tilt in Watergrasshill. Look at this as they deafen us once again here passing. Oh, McElveen goes very far to the right. Oh, I spotted it. McElveen goes very far to the right. There's huge contact from both cars. Hopefully, I think it's McElveen is at fault here, guys. We'll have to see, but we'll have to see here.
What?
We got to see what happened here. We need a replay of everything that's gone on here, guys. That was absolutely crazy. The judges are looking on in disbelief at their screens here at the moment. So let's watch this one again. So perfect, perfectly normal run to this point from both drivers. So Butler, does he? I mean, he's through the clip. He's a teeny tiny bit early, but McElveen just. Yeah, I mean, McElveen just goes a little bit early. The tyre went across the track. That was it. McElveen does seem to maybe transition a tiny bit early.
Watch the marshal here. Watch the marshal. Apparently he does something. Which of the 2 marshals do something?
Is that Jay?
Oh!
Is it? That's what we were looking at. Was that Jay?
I think
there's always a marshal twisting there.
Yeah,
it's Jay. He's always twisting his ankle.
He doesn't have any brakes. Jay doesn't. He's always full chat. Everything he does is full chat.
And
full
he
speed.
doesn't have any brakes. It's just sprains.
Jake nearly had Jay straight through the face, straight through the windscreen of the car.
If you're not watching the live stream here, guys, get out your phone right now.
He looks even better running in reverse.
This is better than any drifting you're going to see if you want to see what we're watching, because
he must have slipped on the white line. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
it was-
ankle went upside down.
We're going to need the ambulance for one of the marshals here with a twisted
And his head nearly
ankle.
into the windscreen of Jake
Poor
McAlevey.
Jay. Poor old Jay, lads. Get out the phones there and go back
Oh,
to this
he's
point
limping.
in the live stream.
He's
He's
hurt.
hurt. He's
We
going to
to
need
get
the
amb-
recovery job.
Wait, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jay. We love you, really. You're a mighty man.
So
but
what were we watching again? Oh, it's drifting, isn't it? 346 is there literally.
Yeah, we were drifting
Oh,
as
that's
well.
what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
We were
Exactly.
doing
Yeah.
drifting commentary too. Yeah. I don't know what happened. I think Jake McAlevey had a crash.
That's
That
right.
was-
But I still think that Jay
But
did a great
why,
job trying to
why
stop
did
there,
Alex
trying to run
Butler
into the
get
car.
wiped out as well? I got to see that replay back, but was it unrelated? Did Jake take him out?
Well,
yeah, we just got confirmation there.
That
Alex
Alex
Butler
does get the win, yeah.
Does get the win, guys. Alex Butler in the midst
One
of all
step
the
closer.
chaos. Alex Butler gets the win as we see the replay once more of Jay there. So Alex Butler gets the win.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Poor old Jay had a DB there on his ankle. Oh!
We're going to have to get Jake Jay some kind of safety
Nearly
shoes
went
or
head
something.
first straight at the windscreen of the car.
I've my motorbike boots at home. They're very supportive. I might bring them on for him for the next round if he can fit. So, right, lads, that means that Alex Butler has moved on to the Great 8, keeping himself well in the championship. And you know, each bracket that progresses, you're gonna make it much harder for the likes of Dylan Wilson, who is a little bit further back. Not much, 37 points I believe coming into the weekend, and he did qualify in 4th position, so that gap definitely would have closed. But you are closing up the gap. You know, the ability for anyone behind you obviously to make X amount of points on you. So Alex Butler doing the business, staying in the title chase as we move it along. So we lose Jake McAlevey, unfortunately. Hopefully he's okay and that car is okay. And it is the man who came into this weekend in 2nd place in the championship. In the next battle, I believe it should be down on track, and it is down on track. It is going to be one with a lot of fireworks. It's Jake Davey versus Clark Hatton coming up next.
The whole live stream is basically turned into Jay right now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Poor creator,
we got to get a compilation because he's done it so many times now.
For the top 8, we'll ask the marshals like, how is Jay getting on, and we'll get a a battle league
An
update
update.
moving
Yeah.
forward. Yeah, because that's going to definitely be sore later on.
Very sore.
Jumping Jay. Roll Jay. Right, so Jay side, let's compose ourselves. Little bit.
JK.
Right, professional time now again. We've got Clark Hatton versus Jake Davey. Another battle.
Drifting.
There's a championship on the line here, lads.
Championship. But still, I'm still thinking about Jay, to be honest with you.
Same, I can't get it out of my
I
head.
can't get it out of my head.
I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. It's going to be on my mind, so
I'll have to send
so
him a
bad.
text later on.
I'm going to be laughing like a lunatic inside in bed, looking up at the ceiling. Thinking I might have a look at the live stream later on just to see it one more time.
I'm sure we'll have to clip that one and put that one up on social media. Not even just clip it, but like, one of them looping
Yeah,
ones.
loop one, exactly.
I'm
Forward
actually
and back.
downloading Make My Screensaver or something, because that's just... Anytime I'm having a bad day, I'll watch that and just have a giggle.
Yeah, he was lucky the car was there to save him because he was gone otherwise, to be honest. Right.
No one's actually asked you alright, by the way. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he
It's
is.
fine, but it's funny, it doesn't matter. Okay, right. Okay, Jay's on the recovery truck.
I see it. Look, there's a dent in Jake's car from when Jay crashed into it.
Right, okay. Let's move on. Jake Davey is on the line. Clark Hatton is on the line. And basically, Clark Hatton has nothing at stake here. Alan Hines. He's out testing season for the car, kind of gauging where he is, gauging where the car is, developing the car. The Hattons are going to come back with a vengeance next season, go for the championship. Fair enough. Jake Davey is currently right up there still with Alex Butler and everybody else, basically, especially Peter Malloy. So at this stage, Alan, you've been there more recently than me. I know that my nerves used to play absolute havoc with me. Would you have been nervous in this situation coming up through the classes?
Well, you know what? I thought I wasn't nervous until, the battle is done, and the next thing, the stress is relieved from you. And I know for a fact this is going to be Clark's going to be absolutely on full pace. Oh my God, he misses a gear down the straight.
Missed the gear.
Not great for Clark, but look at Jake's lead run so far. Does a great job so far. Pushes up towards the wall, clip 3. And Clark Hatton is now going to have to close the gap. He does a nice transition behind him. A bit of a wobble from Clark, but look at Jake's lead run. Absolutely pinpoint perfect. He sucks up all the clipping points together, connects all the dots, finishes across the line, and Clark closes up with a proximity across the finish line.
Yeah, there you have it. So Jake Davey doing as the Davies do, as we say. So let's see the replay here once again. Now, a little bit of a waver there from Davey, but nothing too serious.
Honestly,
a lot of people wavering.
More of Clark, to be honest with you. I think the mistake down the straight, missing that gear, really upset. But to be honest, I think Jake's pace is well up there, and it's going to be the pace that he needs, really.
You know, Alan, if you miss a gear or you don't get the launch, you're driving annoyed for the rest of the lap. You're annoyed with yourself. You're not.
And not only that, but clip 1 to 3, if you get all your momentum there. So if you lost all your momentum down the straight, and lead run in this case for Jake had a really good pace up that hill, he's going to be really hard to catch all the way for the rest of the run.
Right. So we swapped them around. Clark Hatton. Oh, big dive from Davey. Look at this. Jake Davies coming in hungry. He left foot brakes, locks up the front left, coming up the hill here. And he's right there. He's too close. He's not too close. He just gets it out of the pocket. Look at this from Jake Davey. That is one of the best transitions we have seen all weekend so far. Oh, he's right there with Clark Hatton. This is absolutely crazy from the Carrick Karting S14. Wow.
Mega drive from Jake.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Insane.
Insane in the membrane, as Cypress
Just
Hill
check
once
out
said.
this first transition.
Watch
right
this
here
transition, guys. I thought he was after throwing it away because he was going to be in the wrong place, and he just gets the nose of the S14 out of the way of the BMW and finds the door once again. That was absolutely top pro level driving from Jake Davey all day long. I'm massively impressed with that, and I think, you know what, I think he's done enough here in the chase position, but we'll wait for the judges.
We're about to find out. Anyways, Mike, the result is about to drop in. Is it going to be Clark Hatton or Jake Davey? Is Jake Davey continuing on in today's battle and making his way through to the Great 8?
Guys, you know what that means? That means that in the Great 8, it's going to be Alex Butler against Jake Davey in the Great 8 for this championship, and it is going to be absolute fireworks, drama, everything you can think of.
And not only that, leading into this round, there was only 8 points between them. So basically, whoever
could win the championship.
Them, well, I don't know if it's enough to win the championship, but it's certainly.
Well, it'll decide it between them at least.
At least
it will between them, yeah. So it's absolutely huge. Another man still in the hunt, should he win this event, would be still with a great chance of winning this championship. If things go his way. It's Dylan Wilson on the line, but he has to get through young Jamie Hines from Galway. Dylan Wilson opening up a big gap in the beautiful Wasp-like E92 BMW. Now Jamie Hines starts to find the quarter panel of the big BMW. Not a backlight left on the BMW. And now Jamie Hines really winding the pressure on here onto Dylan Wilson. Oh, very nice from Hines here, but a lovely lead run from Wilson as well, making life easy. That was a good run from both drivers, but once again the chase car maybe just getting caught on the line a little bit.
Absolutely, we're watching the replay here, but look at the control young Jamie Hines has of that car. Dylan Wilson has so much pace. We've seen that all day and all throughout the series and every battle he's had, but Jamie Hines makes it work. Makes a huge dive on the first hairpin up onto Dylan Wilson's door, and he just about keeps it there with him throughout the rest of the track. So controlled by both drivers, but Dylan Wilson put down such a beautiful lead run.
I wonder how Jay is.
That's all I can think about. I try not to laugh.
Poor Jay. Alright guys, championship and all that. Jamie Hines is the lead driver. Dylan Wilson, as the higher qualifier, has the advantage of knowing how hard he has to chase now. The answer is he has to chase pretty hard, because Jamie Hines was right there with him towards the end of that first run. Look at this from Hines. Nice line from Hines as he approaches the wall at least. A beautiful transition from both drivers. Synchronized swimming with cars is what this is in Watergrasshill. Oh, beautiful from Wilson. Early transition from Wilson to find the door of Hines. He manages to do it. They drop down the hill and cross the line. Lovely early transition there from Wilson. Maybe sacrificed his line a little bit across from number 7.
6 to 7.
6 to 7, yeah. So number 67. Let's watch the replay again here. Did Wilson just sacrifice quite a lot of line for this transition? I mean, he missed. He missed 4 there a little bit as well.
Again, but also if you look back at the previous run.
Watch here. I mean, he's not too bad.
Yeah.
No, he's not too bad.
If you look at the previous run, I think this is a closer chase run versus Jamie's attempt at the chase. I'd be kind of interested to see what happened at the start line that Jamie got left behind so much. But if we just assume the fact that he just got gapped off the straight, I don't really think Dylan had to do anything crazy than the chase run. Jamie didn't really catch up with proximity until clip 5 into 6. You see the replay here. I missed the light there, so I don't know if there was a jump from Dylan, or maybe if Jamie was just a bit late leaving.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a waiver. A lot of drivers getting a waiver there just as the car comes up over the crest of the hill. It's not much. It's just a slight little correction. It's just more of a thing to do with the nature of the track. But I don't know. Was Wilson too strong in this one? Possibly. Let's see. So they're both out of the car, guys, and going through to the Great 8 and keeping his championship hopes alive. It's Dylan Wilson, the king of the cone, literally the king of the cone. Could be king of the hill. Young Jamie Hines.
A great drive from Jamie this year.
Yeah, great driver.
New to the championship, and to get results like that back to back, especially between Bishop's Court last event and another solid result, I guess you could say here as well, is a great testament to his ability and the car build as well, and a great setup for the start of season next year, I'm sure.
Well,
a great development year this year, should I say?
Yeah, exactly. Great development year and a huge talent for the future. So we move it along to another man in the championship. This left side of the bracket is crazy. It's Peter Malloy, and he's leading in Dean Davey.
Whoa,
remember Dean Davey from the last battle, guys. He was driving like a young man possessed. Peter Malloy has to pull out all the stops here because young Davey is going to do everything in his power here to put him out, I'm sure. He's making a calculated kind of proximity here with the 180. Maybe doesn't quite have the grip to get right on the quarter. The BMW, he just finds it there at the end, and a great run from both drivers.
You know what, Dean here sent it to Peter Malloy's door on initiation. It was super close. He managed to pull out of it. Credit to Peter, he's carried great momentum here, made it a little bit easier for Dean, especially on initiation there. But Peter's lead on here is pinpoint perfect. He's hitting all his marks. A bit shallow on the inside here, I will say, from Peter, but fairness to Dean, he does do a very clean chase run. He has aggression where he needs to, and he's obviously super consistent and just maintains decent close proximity when in other times. So a solid chase from there from Dean Davey, but Peter's going to have to stick it to Dean Davey's door, of course.
Oh, the left hand side of this bracket, it's a pro bracket all day long.
Oh, you've no idea how close this is going to be for all these guys.
You have no idea how close this is going to be. So Peter Malloy, guys, is Malloy going to have the pace in the BMW, or will Dean Davey have too much in the turbocharged 180SX? Malloy makes it work. He finds the grip. Does he find the door? Does he find the door? He's looking. He's still looking. He doesn't find it. Look at the power of the 180SX. Dean Davey opens out a little bit of a gap. Malloy has to find it here to keep his championship alive. He does find it. Look, he's right there now with the 180. But does the turbocharged Nissan have a little bit too much? Oh, Davey drops a wheel. Davey drops a wheel. Oh, it's too
super close. Yeah, it's super close.
It's too close.
You know what? Davey's lead here is pretty decent as well, to be fair, but the horsepower of that JZ 180SX pulls the gap off of Peter here down up the middle straight here, and Peter does a great job to dive back onto the door, but I do think Dean has a better lead line in this area versus Peter's lead line. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how the judges look at this. You got the horsepower of Dean Davey, the speed, a few mistakes from Dean, obviously. We see it here in the live stream. He does drop a tyre, but it's going to be kind of lead versus lead and chase versus chase, especially.
Yeah, I mean, the pace there of the pace of the Nissan there might be the difference, but Peter Malloy, it's going to be a nervous wait for him because he's in this championship. And going through to the Great 8, it's Dean Davey goes through to the Great 8, meaning we lose one of the championship hopefuls in Peter Malloy. But guys, can we hear a huge round of applause for a hero behind the wheel? Peter Malloy, all the way down from County Down, entertaining us all season. All they wanted to do, it said in our commentary notes at the start of the year, was drive, have fun, and prove that you can compete in a car that doesn't cost €1 million, and boy have they proven that. But Peter Malloy falls at the last hurdle here, and you know what, he can hold his head up high. He fought till the very end, and he was just outgunned, I think, in the end.
Certainly so, and that relieves a bit of pressure off Jake Davies' shoulders as well, now that his brother Dean has taken out one of the championship hopes from the championship, of course.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing it for his brother, absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely, we're going to move on to our next battle. It's Mattis Caraitis and Daniel Devine. Mattis in the lead position this time, but Danny Devine is right there with him. Look at this, pushing up on the door. Mattis Caraitis pushes away, trying to gain proximity away from the young Daniel Devine, but Daniel Devine is not holding back. Look at that for a dive, trying to match the angle of the lead driver, but Mattis is not holding back, putting it right to the edge of the circle. He drops the tyre just slightly, maybe not even, but Daniel Devine was there the whole way with him.
The whole way. Remember, this is Danny Devine's first battle. He got a bye run against Niall McInerney there in the last bracket. So Danny Devine not actually having the practice that Mattis would have had in battles, but looking very, very comfortable. Devine, okay, he was quite to the left-hand side of the track, up around clip 3. But you know what? He had the proximity. He found the pocket. This is a huge one for the championship as well. Danny Devine in 5th position coming in here, and he's such a fantastic battler when that car is working for him, which it seems to be today. You're never going to count him out to go all the way.
Absolutely, Mike. Just watching on there in the replay, I'm not too sure that it looked like Matt has nearly missed the clipping point here just on the transition at the top of the hill. I'm not too sure, maybe on a different angle in the stream that our judges would have seen, they'll see that. But either way, we're going to move into the second run of this battle. This time Daniel Levine in the lead position, Matt is in the chase. Daniel Levine giving it everything. Huge flick entry from Daniel Levine, but Matt and a spin from Matt as Daniel Levine carries on. Knows he's got this in the bag now. He just has to finish his run. What a shame for Mattis Caraitis. He looks so strong.
Danny Devine's going to know it. He's going to see Mattis not in his peripheral vision around the hairpin there. And of course he will spot him back the track when he turned back on himself. So Danny Devine is going to know here. But let's watch. Let's just make sure that the lead car didn't do anything here or have an issue or shut off or anything. So Devine handbrakes on entry. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Mattis seemed to surge forward, but the judges are watching it. I didn't really cop anything from the lead car.
You have to wait for this drone camera here. I do think Daniel's a bit on the inside there a little bit, but it does look like that Mattias got a little bit too greedy with the proximity, and I think maybe a lack of experience. I'm not really certain in the chase position for sure, but he does do a massive dive bomb. He doesn't even attempt to get clip 1 as a chase driver, so
yeah,
that's an interesting point of view there.
Puff of smoke actually from Devine's front wheel as well as he braked into the corner, which is fine. It's a braking zone. So yeah, judges looking at this one and making sure that it was definitely the chase car's fault. I mean, Denny Devine, his wheels do go straight for a second, Alan.
They do, and they are on the inside of the box. You can see the clipping point box here as the replay goes back forward. You can see the wheel is on the inside of it, so that's technically a wheel inside.
Yeah, watch. I mean, no, he's still in opposite lock. He just has an adjustment.
He does. He does. You can see the remains of a front wheel brake locked up there.
Locked up there on the front left on the trailing wheel locks up.
And the car does do an adjustment. He is 2 wheels on the inside of the hash marks, but
like
looks like Mattis is already rotating even before they get to that point, possibly.
I mean, he has an adjustment, but I think maybe you would, as a chase driver, I don't know. Are you cut off? Or has your route up the track been cut off?
You know, it's kind of one of those scenarios. If you're comparing this to the racing world, I feel like this is kind of like a racing incident. Mattis does a massive dive on the inside. He puts himself super shallow where he has to dive to the door. Daniel Devine is coming into the clipping point, which kind of cuts Mattias off, which is not really Daniel Devine's. I suppose he's not doing that intentionally. By any means. He's getting to the clipping point. So
look at the lines there on the track. You know, the painted lines by the.
Yeah, you can see that Daniel Devine's 2 front wheels are on the inside of that, which is not what the judges wanted. So
yeah, I mean, a racing incident, like, do the judges have to call it one way or another? Can they say it's a racing incident?
Yeah, they could say it's a shared fault. Yeah, for sure. Which, if that's the case, if it's a shared fault, they say 5-5. Let's say goes back to the first run, and I think maybe Devine has it.
Yeah, it's definitely a close one. I mean.
You would 2 wheels on the inside of the hash mark.
I mean, Devine made it hard to chase, but the chase car possibly should have been able to deal with it as well.
I do think so, and I don't think Mattias put himself in a great position there by diving so early onto the door. He should have had a little bit more patience.
Yeah, but you know the lead car should also be a little bit further wide, as you know, like you kind of wash it out to the right hand side of the track here, and then you go to the inside to get the line up the hill. So Danny Devine was. He's fantastic driver, but he was very much on the inside of the track early.
He actually has 3 wheels on the inside of the hash marks, and he's 3 wheels too much on the inside.
Maybe they're going to say that the lead car just did something unpredictable. So I mean, it's going to be.
And like Daniel Devine is definitely on power. You know what I'm saying? Look at his smoke trail coming out of the car. He's generating tire smoke, so he's not off throttle or doing any weird stuff there that you would see. There's no disruption to the wheel speed in that area. So I know.
Mhm.
I think this is going to be a shared. I think this is.
It's a fascinating call, actually. It's a very interesting one to see which way that they go, because I've as you have, Alan, I've done quite a lot of judging in my own time. The rules keep progressing. I haven't kept up with them as much because I haven't been judging, but thankfully. But you're obviously in touch with the sport a lot, and I really can't make a definitive call on that one.
I suppose that's the difference between me winning an event and not you winning a event.
Well, that's it, Alan, exactly. But you're very good at everything.
Right,
you see.
lads, calm down now. I don't want to have to separate you. We're not starting this up here now in the judging tower.
We are getting a result dropping in, and it's about to come up on the screen. And the winner going through to the Great 8, it's Denny Devine goes through to the Great 8, keeping his championship alive. Kieran Hines, super close one. It obviously comes down to that incident on initiation there just up the hill. Can you run us through it in great detail, please?
When we look at the first run, very nice. Watching the first run, okay, Daniel Devine takes an advantage on the first run, 6-4, 6 plus I call it, it's almost a 7-3. So he has a good advantage after the first run. So we watched what the incident below, and here's what we see happening. Okay, first of all, Daniel is tight, right? There's 3 marker lines there. The passenger side front wheel should be slightly inside that, would be the most we'd allow, or on it. That's the ideal line, and that leads you then into clip 2. Now Daniel Devine, he's well inside it. I mean, he's a couple of feet inside that white line with his front wheel, and so straight away we're blaming Daniel for being in tighter than he should have been. But the chase car should have been able to deal with it better, because if this was on a tight corner, I could say, yeah, fine, his line was cut off. But on a big open corner like this, you're only talking a few feet. The chase car should be able to deal with it. I think he went in there, he tried to dive onto the door. Yes, the line slightly tightened on him, and I think he may have panicked and actually over-rotated the car because of it. I think he should have been able to deal with it. But look, we're blaming both for it. Like I said, we blame Daniel for putting his car in tight. We're also blaming the chase for not being able to deal with a slightly tighter line. So we've split the blame on that. And in that case, when it's shared blame, we can score a 0-0 on the run. And then it falls back to the first one, and Daniel Devine had advantage in the first one.
Thank you very much, Kieran Hines. And there you have it, guys, explained by the man himself, drifting judge with
21 much experience.
21 years.
Yeah, nearly the age of myself, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
so
true.
There you have it, and we move it along to the next battle, and it is, of course, Denny Devine does go through. So we have to keep it going. Gar Collins is in the lead here, and Andrew Kinna is looking to find his door. A little bit of a gap opening up here, Adam.
I see Gar Collins taking the proximity away from Andrew Kenna. I'm not too sure what's going on, but look at this transition from Gar Collins. A beautiful line. Nearly dropping a tyre there though after the first hairpin, but Gar Collins continues on to put down a solid lead line. Andrew Kenna tries to close the gap towards the second half of that run, but unfortunately it doesn't work out for him. Watching replay again, what do you think, Alan? Gar Collins really took it straight away from coming up the hill here. He opens that gap and he just continued to do so as the run went on.
Yeah, the pace in Gar Collins' car here is very, very good, and he has really nice initiation, or transition, should I say, into the hairpin here in the live stream, but he's just pulling a gap on Andrew Kenna the whole time. Andrew is using all the horsepower that he has to try and keep back up, but it's just not enough. Gar Collins' speed is certainly one to be, looking out for, especially for the remainder of this competition, but right now he's got to do one last chase on Andrew Kenna and hopefully, seal his fate into the top 8, but first of all, Andrew Kenna is going to be leading out for this one, and as the light goes green, Gar Collins is going to chase in Andrew Kenna in his Lexus or Toyota Altezza. And Gar Collins does a nice initiation or cuts the line to maintain proximity with Andrew Kenna as Andrew Kenna pushes it out towards the wall to clip 3 and transitions to 4. Look at Gar Collins. Wow, what a transition there. Manages to keep it all clean. Lack of contact, of course, which is a good sign, but Andrew Kenna going to transition one last time. And great job there by Gar Collins and Andrew Kenna. Put your hands together, people.
Andrew Kenna a small bit scrappy throughout that run, but where's Gar Collins after getting his pace from? He was right on the door of that JC powered Altezza. Look at this, even on the replay here. Andrew Kenna does go a small bit wide through zone 2, but he gets it in there. And look at that for a dive from Gareth Collins. He's right there, nearly even going a bit too shallow, cutting the grass a small bit, but he still held it. And absolutely outstanding work from Gareth Collins throughout that whole run.
Yeah, fair play to Gar, and I think he really did adapt to the lead run in front of him as it came to him, and that's a great signs of a great chase driver, understanding what he had to do and just getting the job done.
Absolutely, we're waiting for the result to drop in. It's going to be Andrew Kenna or Gareth Collins making our way straight through to the Great 8. And it's Gareth Collins making his way through to the Great 8. Well deserved, if I say so myself, Alan.
Yeah, fair play to Gar. Absolutely driving fantastic today. And yeah, hopefully he can continue this momentum on into the Grade 8. Next up, he will have Daniel Devine. So that's going to be a very interesting battle later on, which we'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely. Well, we're about to move on to our next battle. It's a man with the greatest beard and drift, and it's Matt Darren versus Callum Coogan in the borrowed E36 wagon. This is going to be a wild one as well. It's BMW on BMW, E36 on E36. Coupe versus Estate. Who is going to take it? It starts off with Matt Darren in the lead position. Matt Darren trying to get a bit of proximity, but Callum Coogan is there with him. A bit of a late initiation there from Matt Darren, but he still makes it work, pushing his way up the hill here in Catworld in Watergrasshill. The small bit scrappy there coming down the back straight there, Alan. But Callum Coogan trying to put up on the door of Matt Darren. Matt Darren trying to take the pace. He wants to get onto the podium today. He's going to do everything he can. He pushes that right out to the edge of the circuit. Does he drop a tyre there? I'm not too sure. Couldn't see with the smoke, but bit of a scrappy one there for the first half of that battle.
To be honest with you, I think Coogan expected Matt to be a little bit quicker, and I think it caught him out a tiny bit with the extra bit of pace that I think that Matt didn't have for Coogan. But I think Coogan does a really good job to adapt to the circumstance. You know, he's got low power, so any major adjustment he has to make in the chase position really affects how he keeps the tyres lit up. And in fairness to Matt Darren, it's a great leader. He does drop a wheel across the outside the last outside zone there, but I mean, all things considering, it was a great leader for Matt Darren as they switch it around.
Absolutely, and now we're going to switch things around. It's Callum Coogan in the lead position and Matt Darren in a chase position. We're waiting for him to take off from the line. An unbelievable first run. We're about to find out what happens here now when they switch places. What did you make of that first run, Mike?
Yeah, well, it's still all to play for here. I mean, Matt Darren looking very, very good in the lead, as Alan said. I'm just watching the replay here. He does drop that wheel, just watching the replay, but I think it's a very tight one, as Alan said there. You know, a good chase, a very good tight chase there for Coogan in the borrowed cars. So definitely all to play for here still, as we swap them around now, and Coogan becomes the lead car. Matt Darren will chase with all the horsepower in the world in his V8 BMW. So let's see, lovely lead line from Coogan as usual. Matt Darren a little bit offline in the chase position, but nothing too major. Now finding the correct position. Bang on now on the door. Oh, a little bit of a straighten from Darren. Slight waver. Nothing too major once again. Beautiful lead line from Coogan, but Darren is right there with him as well as they cross the line and keeping the entertainment going here at IDS Round 5. Fantastic stuff. And guys, once again, IDS is brought to you by Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull all through this season. Thank you so much to all our sponsors, ECU Master there on the screen, and all of our other sponsors that you see on screen there flashing up. Be sure to support those companies and check them out because they support Irish drifting. So we're getting Matt and Callum up here in front of you guys on track to get the results. Big round of applause, guys, for both drivers. And Matt Darren having fun as usual. One of the good guys is Matt Darren. And
I've never seen a man to get out of a caged car so fast. I don't know how he does it.
I'm pretty quick.
It takes me about 30 seconds.
I'm pretty quick out of it.
Takes you about 30 seconds, I'd say.
So, two of them discussing the runs as you do. Might be in a one more time situation here as well with this one because you know, not an easy one to call, and I think the judges, as our tower nearly gets taken away from us here with the wind, but the judge is not very clear cut on this one, Alan Hines.
No, I was trying to fix the tint there. I'm really sorry. I kind of lost scope of the second half of that run there, so it's going to be an interesting call here between the judges, of course. The two E36, as Adam said earlier, the wagon versus the coupe. BMW V8 Turbo versus BMW M3 Evo engine 3.2. But here we go.
The result is about to drop in. Is it Callum Coogan or Matt Darren? Who is it, Alan?
Matt Darren.
It's
Matt Darren making his way.
Very dramatic
to
there,
the
Alan
Great
Hines.
Eight.
Alan Hines is always with the drama there, the big announcement.
We talked about earlier about being a monotone commentary at one stage, so I decided to do it then.
Matt,
it's okay, Matt brings all the vibes anyway, so he doesn't need any more energy.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
But we're going to move on to our next battle now. It's Peter Rouse versus Andrew Malloy. Don't know if I said this before. I love the look of Andrew Malloy's car, but it's Peter Rouse taking the lead position first time around. Andrew Malloy's so consistent.
Peter Rouse qualifying in 6th position and looking very, very good today. Andrew Malloy still in the championship hunt. So this is a huge battle for the championship. And you know what? We saw Peter's brother getting taken out a little bit earlier on with a fast Sylvia. Is it going to be the same situation here? Are they just out of power at this stage in the BMWs? We're about to find out, Adam.
Absolutely, Peter Rouse in the lead position. Quite a wide initiation. Andrew Malloy taking a shallower approach to getting up the hill. But look at Peter Rouse coming out of the back. A huge dive from Andrew Malloy, and he makes it work. He's trying to get up on the door of Peter Rouse, but Peter Rouse has that pace to get away from Andrew Malloy. Andrew Malloy drops a tyre there for Peter Rouse. Couldn't even hear myself think with the roar off them two cars there, not going to lie to you, but a great run from both. A bit scrappy there in the second half of it though.
Loving Malloy's dive into the hairpin. Very aggressive. Looked great from here. It just looked like he was almost about to make contact and just about avoided it. Good gap there, but yeah, and just a nice dive. I mean, okay, he wasn't very close, but just got into the pocket nicely. Rouse with a very consistent lead run. Except that part there. I mean, he did come away a little bit early from that outside line.
The lead run there from Peter Rouse certainly wasn't the strongest. It was probably one of his weaker lead runs so far today. So I think now Andrew just needs to do a really clean lead run. I think it's kind of Peter
Andrew
Rouse.
Malloy will do a clean lead run.
He will, and I think Peter Rouse is going to have to stick it to him really to be able to maintain it. He does have
it's going to be down to proximity here. That's all.
Absolutely, what we're about to find now is Andrew Malloy in the lead position, the lower powered car, but he has a proximity at the moment. A beautiful line from Andrew Malloy. Peter Rouse playing it safe, trying to get up on the door of Andrew, but Andrew is still taking it away. Look at that line from Andrew Malloy. This is what I mean, consistency. He's putting on beautiful runs all day and he's doing it again. Peter Rouse had a bit of contact there with a tyre, messing him up and opening up the proximity more. Andrew Malloy is so consistent. Peter Malloy having a bit of an error there, coming into zone 6, hitting the tyre, dropping a tyre as well. That could be the deciding factor of this battle.
I think it will be, unfortunately. That wheel drop at 7. He hits the tyres there, which strains him up, and he has to hit a bit of a wobble to finish off the run at least. So, to be honest with you, I think this is going in Andrew Malloy's favour. I think his championship hopes are still certainly alive.
Yeah, unforced error, I would say, from Peter Rouse there, unfortunately for him, but looking great in that car. What a beautiful Sylvia that is.
What a beautiful BMW that is.
A beautiful BMW as well. And going through to the Great 8, it is Andrew Malloy goes through to the Great 8. No surprises after that battle. His championship is still alive. And guys, the heavy hitters are still in. Most of them anyway. So, we've still got Alex Butler. We've still got Jake Davey. We've still got Dylan Wilson. We've still got Danny Devine. And we've still got Andrew Malloy.
Mike,
who can take this championship.
It could be absolutely anyone. We don't know at this point. But we are about to move in to our
Great 8.
Great 8.
Yeah.
And our first battle of this could be the deciding battle of the whole championship. And not even that, they're two of the youngest drivers in the whole championship this year.
They are indeed. And guys, it is absolutely crazy. It's two 15-year-olds on the line right now. And the winner of this battle could well be the winner of this championship. They're both junior drivers as well, of course. I mean, absolutely mind-boggling to see what we're seeing right here, but we're ready to rock. Butler is hanging back. He's looking to get the whole shot. He's looking to stick it right to Davey. Both of these drivers know what's at stake. I mean,
imagine the nerves on the line.
Bit of first-hand info. I mean, I won this championship myself many moons ago. It changed my life. It literally changed my life.
Well, this could change their life, Mike. We're about to kick off. This time it's Jake Davey in the lead position. But look at that dive from Alex Butler. He's there with him. Jake Davey pushing up, putting down a beautiful lead line. Alex Butler right there with him the whole time, though. Transitions right up onto the door. Contact! Alex Butler tapping Jake Davey, putting him offline. Is it going to be a forced error? I'm not too sure. Jake Davey still trying to finish out his run, going to the edge of the circuit. Alex Butler there with him. That contact could mean everything in this championship right now.
Certainly so, and it was a dive that Alex has been pulling off all day, and if one time that he needs to pull it off to make it work, and he kind of gets too close, he hits Davey on the front wheel. Davey has a bit of a wash of understeer because of that contact, and it does force him to drop a tyre. So this is kind of looking like, as of right now, that was Butler's fault.
Oh yeah, I mean Davey did wash very wide
He
though,
did,
very
that's
suddenly.
true.
It's kind of, once again, it's a little bit of 6 1/2 dozen.
I think we kind of need to see this from the other angle, not the drone camera. I think we need to see this from the point of view from the judges. Yeah, certainly so.
We might settle it another way. We might go to the dads. We might have Nicky Davey and Keith Butler with an arm wrestle or something. That could settle it as well. Something like that. Because this one,
I know
the judges a break.
Butlers have a lovely dog there named Rose, so I'd be favouring the Butlers, to be honest with you.
Just because of the dog?
Just because of the dog.
Okay,
the
fair
dog's
enough,
lovely,
fair enough. But the Davies have a karting track, so...
Okay, that's true, yeah.
You know.
Car karting, by the way, you can see it on the door there,
Exactly,
Jake.
yeah, so we're hearing that Dean Davey is calling a 5-minute rule, guys. So 5 minutes for Dean Davey to check over that Nissan. The drama continues here, and the judges having a look back at this one just to keep it fresh in their minds and write down all their notes, because obviously they will have a little bit of a gap now before they see the second half of this battle. So let's watch it one more time from the eyes of the judges. Get out the phones, guys. If you're here at the track, you can see the replay back as well. Now watch this from Davey. Davey does, I mean...
Look at Butler's...
Davey's on the outside line though, Alan.
I think he's on the correct line.
He's on the correct line, yeah. I mean, I'm just watching it there again. He's just on the correct line. I mean, he does wash quite wide, but that's what the judges want you to do. So
exactly, and not only that, but the chase from Butler, like, he has to dive. You know, if he doesn't do it, he's going to get gapped out of it. So
he has to dive.
He has to dive. So he took a risk there. Look, it might still work in his favour in the end because it didn't really affect Jake too much. However, we have to move on.
Sorry, imagine being 15 and facing off against another 15-year-old who you're probably buddies with from driving with him at this stage, and doing it in front of this crowd here in Watergrasshill on the live stream, making memories. And remember, these guys are probably going back to school like tomorrow or the day after.
Well, not yet.
Not if they win.
Still in the summer holidays, aren't they?
No, it's like back tomorrow or the day after.
Summer's high school,
thank God. They won't, like, the classmates won't believe, and they'll be like, "You'll never guess what I did yesterday."
But why don't you have your homework done? Oh, sorry, I was off winning the championship there.
Crashing into other people and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was just off driving thousands or hundreds of
best time of your
cars
life. As we see Dylan Wilson and Dean Davey. Dean Davey here is going to chase in his car karting S13, chasing in Dylan Wilson in his E92. JZ on JZ power to go up the hill here. Through clip 4 here. What a great lead run from Dylan Wilson so far, but Dean Davey doing a super clean chase. Dylan Wilson making a bit of an error there, taking the inside line through the middle hairpin, but as they flick it one last time down the hill, Dean Davey, clean chase, but a nice clean lead from Dylan Wilson.
Yeah, we'll be bringing you hopefully live points updates as soon as we can now, once we're getting through this battle bracket, but it's extremely close at the top. Dylan Wilson is still in with a hope of winning this championship should he win the event, I would say. But that said, I don't know, Jake Davey and Alex Butler, obviously one of the two have to go through to the top 4, so the top 4 to the win.
I'm fairly certain that it's
30
kind of in
points.
anyone's game here. So
it's still, yeah, just about. So if one of those exit at the top 4 and Dylan Wilson was to win the event, because of his qualifying position, I think he can still clip it by like a point. Somewhere around there, because it's extremely close it was 37 points.
Do you know what I'd love to know?
It's very close.
If Davey wins this and then the other Davey also wins and they meet in the top 4.
No, they're not going to. There's no team orders there.
Dean's not going to give it easy to Jake.
No, they're not going to give team orders.
I think he's going to still want the bragging rights of home, Stephen.
Absolutely.
That'll be a very, very interesting
If there's
one.
any team play there, I'll be calling a protest, because we want to see this go all the way to the finals.
We're about to see if they do face each other. It's Dean Davey in the lead position, Dylan Wilson in the chase. Dylan Wilson so fast, but he's keeping up to Dean Davey. Dean Davey putting out an unbelievable line, an early transition there from Wilson.
Wow.
Dean Davey still putting out to the outer side of the circuit, getting into all the zones where he needs to be. Dylan Wilson having an early transition, so is that going to be a deciding factor? I'm not too sure. Lads, that was unbelievable. Apart from that early transition there from Wilson, it was...
I'm not even really going to penalise him a whole while for that transition. He just seemed measured the whole way. Let's just have one look at this transition again. Right, so really nice from Davey. Yeah, early from... I mean...
it's super early. He does miss a clip point as a chase driver, but I mean, the aggression is there,
Yeah.
you know, and he does have a bit more aggression versus what Dean had on his chase run on Dylan. So,
yeah, I mean, Wilson might be after robbing us of that potential brotherly battle. He's driving absolutely fantastically. He's still in the chase, and we're going to have a result, guys. Guys, a round of applause for Dean Davey and Dylan Wilson.
I don't know who's going to win this one, Mike. I don't know who's going to get it. What we do now?
It's Dean Davey goes through.
Dean Davey making his way through to the final four. This is going to be crazy. Are we going to see Davey on Davey in the final four? We don't know.
Double Davey?
Double Davey. That's how the Davies do it, Mike. That's how they do it. We're going to move on.
Wow. Wow. We've reached a new high. Alan, you've got the job.
thanks, guys. I'll
just
see you.
go home now.
Which one?
There
I
you
have to
go.
pick which one I want next year as a commentator.
Okay, one of us is out, so damn it.
Yeah.
We're being replaced by Alan Hines.
I
At least we
probably
don't
have
have to
more
watch
life
him.
left to me.
At least we
He's
definitely
getting
won't
old.
have to watch him driving anymore and gloating about that.
Fantastic. That's great. I don't have to listen to you talk over me either.
Dean Davey goes through to the final four. Wow. So we're back to the right-hand side of the bracket, which is Danny Devine still in the championship hunt versus Gar Collins, who is in the hunt for madness at every round that he drives at.
Absolutely.
And insanity. He's got pink wheels on the front, white wheels on the back. And he's got a very, very fast 2JZ, but so has Danny Devine, who is in the chase right here with him. Up the hill and Watergrasshill. They scream once again past us here in the tower. Look at the dive from Davy. Oh, or not Davy, from Devine, sorry. I've Davies on the brain. Devine almost getting caught out there.
That was crazy. Gahar's entry down to that first hairpin is absolutely insane. He nearly lost it there, but he kept it.
He did indeed, and if you watch it back here, I'm going to point something out that I seen very interesting a little bit later on in this run. But Gar's lead run up until this point, not the strongest he's had all day, and he sends it in down here. Now he has to do a bit of a drag in here to get it back onto the line, which he does. But you can see his head in the car, it nodding forward to power on out of the second hairpin. I tell you guys, I see a lot of things you guys will never see.
Gar is pretty quiet out of the car, to be honest. You know, I know him with a while now. He's a customer of Group D and stuff. And in the car, though, he's absolutely deranged. And we love it. Now, guys, championship on the line and all that. Gar Collins is in the chase now. Danny Devine comes up the hill here in Watergrasshill in this beautiful up the hill layout. Up through the crest, up to the top of the hill and across the pinball alley into the beautiful transition into the hairpin. Lovely line there from Devine, but Collins is right on top of him. Oh, nice transition from Collins as well, but gets a little bit caught out on the inside. Now Devine drops down the hill and crosses the line. What a great track it is. What a great pair of drivers we have here. And what a great event this one has been, guys. Genuinely, what a fantastic Pro 2 final we are being treated to here right in front of us. And the best is yet to come.
All the way from top 32 all the way to where we are now in the Grade 8. The battles have been insane, and I cannot wait to see how the rest of this day plans out. Look at them runs there from Daniel Levine and Gar Collins. It was crazy. What do you think, Alan?
You know, I have to say, this track, especially that hairpin that they're entering a big angle on, is not easy on the car, right? Like it's gonna put your steering rack and all of that under pressure. You're going to be over centering, especially these rear rack cars. So it's quite a credit to the guys to maintain proximity.
Well, guys, we have sorry, Alan, but we do have a winner, and the winner going through to the final four. It's Danny Devine goes through to the final four. Gar Collins laughing inside the car at his own madness. Guys, can we have a massive round of applause for Gar Collins? Always putting on a show, always the sportsman. But Danny Devine, the man from Kildare, the young man from Kildare, has done a fantastic job. As Gar Collins is stopped for his own safety, I think. And Danny Devine continues his charge. He's through to the final four. Dean Davies through to the final four. And we're about to see...
We're going back to that
does
one more
Jake
time.
Davey and Alex Butler, the second half of that run, after the contact, after the drama, will definitely be going to the judges, but it is still all to play for here for this championship. It's Alex Butler versus Jake Davey. It's first versus second. It's two 15-year-olds. It's BMW versus Nissan. And it's about to go off here, guys. You all ready? Guys, you all ready for this one? Well, the drivers are ready. I think Kevin is giving them the universal heads up. Butler is leaving a little bit of air into the car. The cars get super hot inside them, so you want to leave your door open. Kevin gets the thumbs up from both drivers. We're ready to rock. This one could decide this championship. We are ready to go for the second half of the battle. Light goes green. We're off.
Mike, here we go. It's Alex Butler in the lead position. Jake Davey in the chase. We're going to find out who is the winner of the Pro 2 Championship this year. Look at this line from Alex Butler, but Jake Davey is there with him. He's up on the door. Alex Butler and Jake Davey roaring past the judging tower here in Watergrasshill. Look at his outside line from Alex Butler. Oh! And there it goes. Alex Butler goes off track. Jake Davey taking the battle with him. I did not expect things to go this way. Alex Butler looks so strong for the first half of that battle.
In the most dramatic fashion possible. Is it all over for Alex Butler in this championship? I mean, he's still going to have a championship podium possibly at the end of this, and I think he's definitely going to have a junior championship situation going on. But look at this. Yeah, it was just an own fort. He just caught grip on the concrete, I think.
So I just want to throw back to the first run, and what I'm thinking here, there was obviously contact on the outside wheel from Alex Butler to Jake Davey. It does look like that front wheel folded under the car before he went off into the tyres there. So I'm wondering,
well spotted, yeah,
I'm wondering, did something break there, which is the reason why he went off into the grass there? Because it does look like, if we see that drone camera once again, that,
Round of applause, guys. Thank you so much. I mean, heartbreaking stuff for a young man in a championship hunt like that. So difficult, but he's driven like an absolute king all season, and I mean, we're all in awe of his talent, to be honest, behind the wheel. And we'll see this replay again, hopefully, just to see if indeed. Absolutely, yeah. So, just confirming that. Indeed, it is. Jake Davey goes through, so we will have Dean Davey versus Jake Davey.
This is going to be a wild one now. Jake Davey, if not, is he already the championship winner? I'm not too sure. We're going to have to confirm that.
I think
he has the opportunity today to take it, and he's facing his brother up next. Is his brother going to stop that?
Well, we're going to go to the production staff pretty soon. Let's watch this one.
Yeah, I just want to point this out. I just want to watch this front wheel.
There was a contact up
there
the
was
hill.
A bit of a touch there. I don't think there was anything wrong there, but I just want to see, does this front wheel of Alex Butler fold on him as he goes in?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, look, it breaks as he was actually heading into the corner. So I think that's what caused the collision, or him going off there. But I don't think that's anything to do with Jake Davies' fault. I think that's just Alex Butler's car failing.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is all she wrote for Alex Butler. So just watching the replay there again, yeah, I mean, Butler, you can see clearly now Butler's tie rod broke just on the way into the hairpin. That's why he went off. So, yeah, a tie rod break, just a mechanical failure there for Alex Butler. I was speaking with his dad, Keith, really briefly this morning, and I asked him, was she breaking half shafts? It wasn't. He said touch wood, but it was a mechanical.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was just talking to the head judge there, Kieran. He was just saying that they blamed Alex Butler for the contact on run number 1.
Excellent.
And then that was wheel-on-wheel contact. I've just shown there, I think it's kind of obvious there that I think Butler's car failed on him from the contact from the previous run. So, I don't think there's anything he could have done there to prevent that from happening, unfortunately.
So
it was just,
no controversy. No controversy.
I'm just trying to add a bit of drama to it, Mike. I'm very sorry.
So yeah, just confirming that. So it's I can be pretty sure though that we're going to have a nice announcement for Alex Butler regarding his junior championship later on. We won't give anything away, but I'm pretty confident that looking at the points that's going to be a very good story for Alex Butler. So regardless of his situation in the Pro 2 Championship, he can hold his head up high that it was only his car left him down in the end up with a simple thing, just like a tie rod folded there, and
that's it.
You know, he didn't knock himself out.
So okay,
he's done fantastically well.
Let's talk about the championship. There was 8 points between Jake and Alex going into this battle.
Yeah,
or approximately 8 points. Obviously now Alex is out of the championship hunt. His day ends here. His championship ends here. So that means now Jake continues his storm in the championship lead.
Jake automatically, by progressing a battle bracket, has overtaken Alex at this stage, obviously.
Yes. And now we've only got a few players left in the game that can really win this whole thing. It's in the ballpark of Jake, but he's got to go through his brother in the next round of in the top 4.
Yeah.
We've got a few more battles left later on.
Andrew Malloy and Danny Devine are still in, as is Dylan Wilson. But I think at this stage, Dylan Wilson, I don't think Dylan Wilson can win it because he's been back in he's been back in 7th position, and Danny Devine is still in. I mean, he possibly can mathematically win it, but it's not going to happen.
Well,
I would
Dylan
say.
Winston is out anyway because Dean knocked him out in the top 8. So
yeah.
So
Sorry.
It's literally between Daniel Levine is in the top 4 as well. We're just now waiting on the next battle between Matt.
I didn't have Dylan Wilson scribbled out on my battle bracket here. Is what was happening there. So Dylan Wilson is out of the equation, obviously, because he's out of competition. So it's on the right hand side, it's Danny Devine and it's Andrew Malloy, who won't meet until this semi-final if they were to meet, because they're on the top and bottom of the bracket. So
I think anyone out of the potential 4, so we're still waiting on one more battle here in the top 8, but I think we're waiting on Matt and Andrew Malloy. So whoever wins between the two of those, regardless, I think basically it's between Matt. Yeah, like you said, it's between Jake Davey, Daniel Devine, and Andrew Malloy. If Andrew Malloy wins between Matt and Andrew Malloy, obviously.
If Jake Davey wins the next battle, he's looking good. If he beats his brother, I think he's looking good.
I feel like he has half a hand on the trophy at least. But
he's half a hand on the trophy. If he wins the next battle, he has absolutely half a hand on the trophy. Danny Devine would have to go all the way. Andrew Malloy would be a little bit closer, but he would also have to go all the way. So it's still all to play for. We'll confirm all. We'll get definite points updates there when we can. But that is us just speculating, to be honest. But I think we're not far off the mark there in what we have been speculating. Apart from me thinking that Dylan Wilson was still in because I hadn't scribbled him out of my battle bracket. But yeah, it's a crazy one. It's all to play for as we try to get Alex Butler's car recovered here. And once again, guys, we are ready to rock for pro final action in Kerry in 360 Motorsports Park in 2 weeks' time, in the 5th and 6th of September, I believe, the Sunday anyway, whichever that is.
Sometime around that, yeah. It's definitely going to be an entertaining one. We were there last year. It's my first time ever actually commentating there last year. We had a night fight. It was great crack, and there was an unbelievable electric atmosphere around the place. So if you are around that weekend, make sure you do get down there. And while we have the moment here, Mike, I'm just going to give one opportunity to give a huge shout out to our sponsors again. Without them, this whole season would not have been possible. And as well to everyone here in attendance and everyone tuning in online. We would not have been able to do this without you. But our title sponsor is Red Bull Energy, who has kept me energized throughout many of these days, along with Lucky Day competitions, where I often do throw myself in all raffle, hoping that I'll win something sometime. But it's not been my day yet. But apart from that, we got Strom Wheels, which is run by many of the competitors in this season. ECU Master, keeping all the cars safe. GMD Tire Sales, CDM Sport, which actually have a team within the championship this year as well. Eugen Factory, keeping a lot of the cars styled and looking great. DriftMagazine.eu, keeping everyone up to date with all the drift gossip around the world. TS Drift Days, who run many a days here down in Watergrasshill, open practice days for you to come down, bring your own car and send it on track. See if you can do the line that these lads are doing and show your skills. Maybe get some practice before you go into competing. Along as well with Turn Tire Distribution, Nizuba Motorsport, Group D, which is based on here in Cork, and our official media partners for this year, Shift AM, who've been working tirelessly, James and Loke, working tirelessly to keep our social medias up to date all the time with different little funny videos like the one we recorded yesterday of the drift taxi and I getting a bit of a spin in the back of it. If you haven't seen that yet, do make sure you head over to the Irish Drift Series Instagram. But once again, thank you very much to everyone who's called out in attendance today. We're about to get into our final 4. It's going to be a very entertaining one, and we'll be back with you in a short couple of minutes.
So we were just inside there really quickly trying to make sense of the championship situation, and Alan Hines, you spoke a little bit more about it than me there, but basically it looks like on the face of it, with qualifying scores taken into account, etc., pretty much any of these guys between Jake Davey, Denny Devine and Andrew Malloy have to win the event to be sure of winning the championship, right?
Right. So I was talking to the points ladies in the live stream
points
tent,
ladies,
or live stream tower, or control tower, should we call it?
Yeah.
And if we just assume, right, that Andrew Malloy beats Matt Darren, which obviously we still have yet to see.
Yeah.
Right. There's 10 points between Andrew Malloy and Jake Davey. Jake Davey's already into the top 4.
Danny Devine has to get through Danny Devine has to
Danny
get through.
Devine is already in the top 4.
Sorry, not Gar, but Danny
Devine is already in the top 4,
yeah.
so he's already one step closer.
Yeah.
Danny Devine was 12 points behind Jake Davey. So essentially, Jake is kind of in a position where to guarantee to have any chance of winning this thing, he needs to beat his brother Dean in the top 4. Obviously, Andrew Malloy has to beat Matt Derr to get any shot at this, but if he does, then it's between those two guys who essentially will determine who finishes second, who would then, of course, if they do get to the finals, whoever wins the finals between, let's hypothetically say, Jake or Danny Devine or whatever, regardless, whoever wants to win this championship has to win today. They
Right.
have to win it. Dean Davey is out of it. Matt Derren is out of it. So it's between Andrew Malloy, who of course has yet to battle. If Andrew Malloy wins, then it's between those 3 guys who will finish first, second and third in the championship.
Right. Okay, so it couldn't be any closer, basically.
I don't even think we can really figure out the maths in this because there's so many possibilities. It's impossible to figure out who can really win it. But as right now, it's between 3 Musketeers, and we have to divide down the Musketeers and who actually wins it.
So because it's so tight, it's basically whoever wins today is going to be the winner of our championship. If it's one of the 3
if it
competitors.
falls that way, exactly. Yeah.
So our entertainment value is going to be full steam until the very end of today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, speaking of winning championships, we have Conor Shannon here to divide some time.
He wouldn't know a championship if it hit him in the head.
Well, that is true. But
he might.
We'll put the mic onto his face. Come on, talk away there. Conor, say something nice about us all.
How are you, lads?
You might want to turn it on.
Turn on the old mic there, Conor.
Turn the mic on. I'm not used to this, you know.
Not used to
talking.
What do you do with your hands now?
Yeah, we remember the days, Alan. We often fought for an old championship here.
There was a pretty big crash between the 2 of us here in the bottom of Hairpin here in Watergrasshill one year, and I think it was enough for you to get it in the end, at the end of it all. But
yeah, no, it was very exciting. But remember the days I was actually watching a while ago, thinking that all these young boys are under a lot of pressure, even though they're still young, go back to school, but we all still know what it's like to win. And I think it's very exciting that the Pro-Am Championship has always been the pinnacle, in my opinion, of Irish drifting. I think it's developed the best drivers, and now we see the youth coming through again, which is unreal.
You know what, it's kind of crazy too, right? But we're talking about juniors, and I said it earlier, James Dean was once a junior driver, right? Which is even crazy to think that was nearly 20 years ago at this stage. That's showing James's age, of course, and he's still fairly young as well, considering, which is pretty impressive. But you know, we've all come through this, and the pressure here, we're talking between Alex Butler and Jake Davey earlier. Obviously, Jake got the win with that battle, but 2 junior drivers, first and second in the championship. I mean, it's quite rare that you hear such young ages at the top of national, I suppose, Pro 2 category, let's say. I mean, I suppose from your perspective, you've been in this position as well, such as these 2. I mean, we've been in this between the 2 of us. We've been battling for a Pro-Am championship a couple of years ago in the Irish Drift Championship, of course. So, I mean, this is it. This is the foundations of how you set your future moving forward, right? Of course, and I'm sure out of anyone here in this country, you certainly set that foundation for yourself in the past and in the future, of course.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing about driving in the Irish Championship is that we were very lucky to have a foundation, what gave us a solid level to be very competitive at. I think it made, in my opinion, most of my career happen because leaving national level, you know, no matter what country you're from, we were very lucky that we were from here. One, we had a great championship to drive with, and also we had great drivers who I think comes a lot from supporting each other. I think, you know, when I was growing up, I was obviously lucky to have Jack, which was my brother, and he was pushing me always in the right direction. But I think anybody in the Irish Championship wants the best for everybody, and I think that's why Irish drifting has always been very successful at a young age. So you're made feel very welcome, and it's exciting to see today, as you mentioned, 2 junior drivers, which is very, very cool to see, and knowing that they're fighting for their first championship is unreal.
Conor, I'm just totting up the points here, but as you know, as we have your vast experience at this stage, you've drifted all over the world at this stage. You're a current Formula Drift driver. You're a current Drift Masters champion, former champion, and current points leader. You're seeing drifting at the pointy end of both sides of the world, basically, and you're up there on both. Obviously, you're having a formative season in Formula Drift, but you've got huge experience at this stage, all around. Genuinely, I mean, and I want you to answer me genuinely. What do you think of the talent that's coming through here in Ireland at the moment? Genuinely. And give us a negative answer if you want, if you've seen better coming through in other countries. But honest answer coming through in Ireland. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to give a negative answer because I think the Pro-Am Championship for a long time in Irish drifting has always been super successful, and to still see that there's drivers here like pushing the boundaries, you know, young drivers wanting to be the best, wanting to be, you know, build a foundation to go on. So I think after seeing drifting all over the world, you know, especially spending some time in America, going to local events, I actually often say to people that our Pro-Am Championship even like a feeder championship to Formula Drift in America, I would say our Pro-Am championship is just as competitive, which is crazy. And I think that's because there's such a good group of drivers, and with the Irish Championship as well, we've been lucky that, you know, when me and Alan were driving as well, if we had a Pro-Am win or a Pro-Am top 4, you get to go into the big boys on Sunday, and you learn a lot on that day. You know, whether you lose, win, it doesn't matter, you still learn a lot towards the next day. And I think you will agree with that as well, that it makes a huge difference when you get the chance to go up against somebody that, oh, maybe I can't beat this guy, but I'll give it a go. And sometimes hunger takes over and you get the job done.
Certainly so. You push beyond your boundaries. You know, I think we even seen some of it today as well. You got some, I suppose, David versus Goliath kind of battles where big power versus low power. And you see those low power guys, they know they've got nothing to lose and they send it. And I think it's a similar kind of a position that you mentioned there, with the Pro2s getting the opportunity to drive with the pros. Like we'll see today, I'm sure a lot of the Pro2 guys will get the opportunity to drive a couple of weeks' time with the Pro class, and that in themselves will gain them a massive boost of confidence if they're able to keep with those quicker, more powerful, and obviously different tire compound drivers. But you know, I think it's interesting to think, you know, where drifting is moving forward. And as you said, you know, the category Pro2 class here is super strong, but I'm sure moving forward we'll see a lot of these guys will be having to face in the future, and I think that's a very strong future for Irish drifting.
Yeah, absolutely. And quickly before we get back to action, any favourites, lads? Who do you think is the big dog?
I can't call it, Conor, but Jake Davey looks like a man possessed. He looks like a man possessed today.
Yeah, I would have to go with Jake Davey. I think he's I've been watching him for some time now, and I think a kid with a big head on his shoulders, of a lot of future, a lot of motivation to be the best, so I think for sure he's going to be one to watch. All right, boys.
Thank you very much, Conor Shannon, absolute drift legend, fantastic. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll get a word with you again later on. And thank you for coming down supporting. And I've quickly done the points here myself as well, guys, really quick, after qualifying, and I do believe that bracket for bracket that Jake Davey is separated from Danny Devine, who is the furthest from him of these trio now, by 13 points. And first place is 100 points, second place is 85 points. So it is literally all to play for. But we have to get through this one first. We are ready to rock back in action. It is Matt Derrin leading in, Andrew Malloy. Matt Derrin driving for pride. Andrew Malloy driving for this championship right up the hill. Oh, Malloy just lost a little bit of... and Malloy makes a dive. Is it getting too much for Malloy? Is it going to become a two-horse race for this championship? Matt Derrin with a good lead run so far, I would say, Adam. Malloy maybe just running out of power there to keep the back of the BMW lit up as they cross the line. We're back in action after an extended break there to recover, Alex. But let's watch this one again from Malloy. He just comes up the hill. Does Matt slow up or anything? I mean, not really, no. I mean, Matt is doing everything pretty okay in the lead position. Malloy just losing drift behind one of those things, maybe just didn't quite have the horsepower to keep them lighting up the hill in the chase.
It did look like Andrew Malloy was taking a bit more of a shallower line to keep onto the door of Matt there, and I think that's where the issue could have come apart when it came to the transition for Matt. He had to transition back the opposite way, cutting across the track, where Andrew knew that and had to slow down, meaning he straightened up just a small bit. But as we always say, Mike, it's all a play for. We're still about to swap it around now. It's Andrew Malloy in the lead position, Matt Derrin in the chase. Andrew Malloy sends it in over the hill. Loads of angle there from Matt Derrin. Matt Derrin trying to get on the door. The proximity opens up. Andrew Malloy pushing ahead. Look at this, lads. Absolutely insane. Huge flick from Andrew Malloy there into the first hairpin. Loads of angle, but Matt Derrin is right there with him. A bit of a wobble, but he's still making it work. Andrew Malloy pushing out to the edge of the track. Matt Derrin not holding back, being wild up onto the door of the young Andrew Malloy.
Yeah, Matt Derrin on the podium the last time we visited Watergrasshill. Is he about to do it again? He's certainly driving well enough to do it, but Malloy, Derrin dropped back there. He missed clipping zone 2 and he totally lost proximity then. I mean, Malloy pretty much had a perfect lead run. Judges watching this one back just to see was there anything unusual here from the lead car where Derrin just makes a dive, loses proximity. I mean, no, I don't see anything wrong from the lead there.
No, I think Matt should have probably, with a little bit more experience, I think Matt in that situation would have just kept the beans in it. And I think he backed out of it and pushed the front of the car. So it was a bit unfortunate there for Matt Derrin, but yeah. I don't really think Andrew Malloy did anything wrong there.
Guys, this championship is still wide open. We've done the maths. Whoever wins this event wins the championship.
Put your hands together for Matt Derrin and Andrew Malloy.
Andrew Malloy looks like a man that needs to go back to County Down and go to bed for a couple of days. He's absolutely beat from the stress, from all the emotions. Matt Darren is just bouncing around like a spring chicken, enjoying himself.
But Mike, when you say stressed out from all that much stuff, back at the start of the year, you got some notes from all these drivers and what their story was for this year and what their plans were. One thing you asked them is, what's their goal for this year? And I remember the two Malloy brothers, they both wrote down that they just want to have fun.
Yeah, but look at them now that the championship
their
is on.
fun is competition, and we're about to see, is Andrew Malloy still in the competition?
He's not. Andrew Malloy gets eliminated. Matt Darren progresses to the final four. Andrew Malloy will have to settle for possibly a championship podium. We have to work it out. But drama, it is down to Danny Devine and Jake Davey. Wow.
It's Davey versus Davey.
And
speaking of Jake
I
Davey,
had a birdie whisperer into my ear, right? And there is no games between the Davey brothers. It is... I don't know. I was going to say something there, but I had to retract from it. They're going to go full ham for this battle. So whoever wins it,
they're going to throw the kitchen
there's
sink
no
at this.
games here.
No, absolutely. And you know what? I don't think they'd want to have it any other way. Dean Davy's been driving fantastically well. Jake Davey has been driving exceptionally well. I don't know which word carries more weight, to be honest, but you know what? Jake Davey he just looked hungry. He just looks like he wants it.
Speaking of looking hungry, look at him here now on the line. He's taking a run up. He's not holding back from his brothers. Let's see how the Davies do it. They're going to absolutely put on a show for us here. It's Jake Davey in line for the competition this year. Let's see who wins. It's Jake Davey, open up proximity. Dean Davey trying to get up onto the door. Jake is pulling away from his brother. Putting on the door for the championship. Look at Jake Davey. A flick into the bit of a drag of the handbrake for a first hairpin here, but Dean Davey is not holding back. He's trying to get up onto the door of his brother. Proximity is still there. What a run from Jake Davey. The second half of that, the proximity was a lot closer. Jake Davey just pulling away in the first half though.
Yeah, Dean getting caught on the line there slightly. We've seen it happen so many chase drivers today. It can happen quite easily. There seems to be just a little bit more grip on the right hand side of the track or something. But yeah, definitely it's advantage for the man in the championship hunt, that is for sure. So 100 points available for a win of the event, 85 points available for second place, 70 points available for third, and 58 points available for fourth position in the event. So we're going to swap them around. We're ready to rock in a second. Cool down lap, sorry, cool down lap.
I was about to say that's going to be a very slow initiation.
Cool down lap, so it's that stage of the evening where the look at the mind games here.
Bumper to bumper.
If he really wanted to cool the car down, he should probably get out of the draft of the fella in front. But anyway, yeah, I mean, look, it's still all to play for. There were 13 points of a difference between Jake Davey and Danny Devine. Advancing a battle bracket equals, if one comes third, one comes fourth, there's going to be a point in it. If they get any further than that, it will be decided by position, basically, as well. So it is absolutely crazy. It's so tight. It's crazy. I've never seen a championship by the end be so tight, I don't think, to be honest. So we're ready to rock. Jake Davies in the chase position. I think he's going to go absolutely crazy this time.
Crazy is going to be an understatement, I would say so. Jake Davey always puts on a show when he's in the chase position. He's so precise, and we saw him with the transitions earlier on in the battle stages. What way is it going to be now when it's Dean Davey, his brother? Here we go. It's Dean Davey in the lead position. Jake Davey there with him. Look at the proximity. Jake Davey is pushing up onto the door of his brother, but Dean is going full ham. He's trying to push away. Look at the angle from Dean. He roars down the top straight here, and
loses
Jake
the front
Davey is
bumper.
with him. There goes the bumper. Who needs a bumper? That is battle action. Jake is down and look at that transition as well. He is not holding back one bit. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for the Davey brothers.
Wow. The judges are clapping. Connor Shannon is up here clapping. I mean, that transition at the end was something like, it's like something AI made, to be honest. It was the perfect transition. Lost his front bumper here, but not enough to upset either car. Literally inch perfect with this one. And watch this. Okay, he had a waver there, but watch this.
Oh my God.
I mean, he was going to take the front bumper off again.
That is crazy.
That's crazy.
stuff.
And you know what? I think he's after booking his place. I genuinely do. That was just absolutely the best chase driving. Okay, with a little bit of a correction in between the two hairpins, but nothing
Look at the crowd
major.
applauding the two brothers.
Yeah.
You know, one thing is saying two friends doing this, but they're brothers. They go home together. This is crazy stuff. Wild, absolutely wild. They're both in the top 4, so whoever wins this is making their way through to the final. Is it going to be Jake Davey? Is it going to be Dean Davey? Do you know what? I'd say it's one of the Davies. The result is in.
The result is in, and going through to the final, it's Jake Davey goes through to the final, keeping his championship alive and well. And Dean Davey there putting in a valiant effort, but I don't think anybody was stopping Jake today on that side of the bracket, to be honest. It was just absolutely, he's gone crazy.
Not a hope. He is getting absolute bonus points for the transitions being put down here. Well done to Jake Davey. Now Dean Davey's got to be in the pits shouting on his little brother and hoping he takes a championship home with him today. I would love to be a fly on the wall when they go back to the pits and what they'll be talking about.
Okay, so we're just hearing Matt Darren is just still preparing his car, getting his wheels on, and yeah, it is down to the absolute wire here. How fitting that the two drivers who are still in this championship, they're at opposite sides of the battle bracket. We could very well, Matt Darren might throw a spanner in the works of this one, but should Danny Devine advance, we will see a final, which will actually, by my calculations, which would be terrible, but I think I'm right, this one will decide the championship, this next battle, of course, should Matt Darren win it. But if Danny wins it, it will go to the final.
And then whoever wins that battle
will win the championship.
Correct.
Yeah. I've got the maths done here after qualifying. So after qualifying, after they've picked up their various points, Jake Davey, I believe, was sitting on 230, Andrew Malloy was on 220, and Danny Devine on 217, I believe. Yeah, it's that close.
It really is. Unfortunately for Andrew Malloy, he definitely had a shot today, but unfortunately, last hurdle there, Matt Darren denied that.
I think the Malloy, I think the layout of the uphill track just was too much for the horsepower in the end.
It's quite possible for sure, and I think, when it comes to Daniel Devine's point of view, he had a good shot at the championship last year as well, and it just felt a bit short as well. But this year he's been really showing what he has to offer when it comes to this Irish championship. So look, when it comes to this battle now, it's all back to Danny Devine. He's gonna have to get it over Matt Darren if he wants any hope of getting this thing.
I mean, we can feel the tension is in the air now. I think the tension is down in the crowd. I think everybody's feeling it a little bit. I mean, well, you and me have both done it, but what's going through these lads' minds? You see, we did it, Alan, but we were a little bit older, to be fair. I was a good bit older than these fellas when I was doing it, and what it must be like on their shoulders at this stage, the pressure. Your family has spent so much time, so much money on this championship. It's difficult to get to this point. It's so much effort up and down the country, testing, dynos, building cars all winter. There's so much goes into these, and the weight of expectation on your shoulders as a driver when you're behind the wheel on the line, it's absolutely crazy, and it does become a mental game at this stage.
Oh, it definitely does. But you know what, it's a credit to them as well, to have this kind of maturity, consistency and all of that, to be able to get this point in the drift season, like these two guys, especially between Danny Devine, I suppose, and definitely Jake Davey. They've had a couple of seasons under their belt, and it's only really this year, I suppose, that certainly for Jake Davey, he's really found what he needed to be able to make it happen to get to this point. So look, before we even get to that point, we've got one last battle before we kind of figure out who gets the championship, and it's going to be Matt Darren and Danny Devine. They're both in the burnout box right now, so you know what, pressure's on Danny Devine's shoulders. Can he get the win over Matt Darren and get himself into the final, or has Jake Davey done enough to be able to get this over the remaining competitors? So
Okay, so we are ready to rock, guys, for our second semi-final. On the right-hand side of the bracket, it's Matt Derrin, the higher qualifier, to lead in Danny Devine. The nerves are up, guys. The stakes are high. Let's see what happens. Matt Derrin flicks it left, flicks it right. Oh, look at this. Danny Devine is right on him up the hill. Wow.
Danny Devine is pushing right up on the door of Matt Derrin. Danny Devine doing what he does. He's not holding back one bit. He's a hard charger. Look at that small bit of contact. I'd say they came around the first hairpin, but Matt Derrin is putting down the perfect lead run, giving Danny Devine every opportunity. A bit of a wobble there towards the end.
Oh.
But look at that from Daniel Devine.
Yeah, the left
that
foot
was crazy.
The left foot, the presence of mind to left foot break it going down the hill, so not to run into him, not to over rotate. That just shows the maturity that he has as a driver. Just beautiful technique there. Really got into the pocket on the transition coming into the hairpin and really stuck it to Matt there, and then just between the two hairpins left enough room to make the dive onto the other door, and then didn't over rotate the car and just touched the left foot as he dropped down the hill and crossed the line. Absolutely textbook chase driving there from Danny Devine, but a nice lead from Matt Derrin as well, very chaseable. So the judges are rewarding the lead runs, of course, as per they stipulate in briefing all through the year. And we got to switch them around, guys. We're going to go again. It's down to this run for the championship. If Danny Devine can pull this one out of the bag, he goes to the final to meet his nemesis, Jake Davey. Matt Derrin might have something to say about that. He was on the podium here at the last event in Watergrasshill. He has the ability to do it. And Kevin, hang on now, we're just checking Danny Devine's car. Maybe just a slight contact there after the hairpins, making sure that Danny Devine's toe angle here is absolutely correct and that everything is straight in that Nissan. He does have the option to call a 5-minute rule here. And I probably would be doing it.
I think if you're uncertain about anything, call a 5-minute rule, check the thing over,
Yeah, just get the toe plates on it, make sure she's pointing in the right direction. Yeah, and he is. We're just hearing Sean Healy, our track head marshal here today, is telling us that Danny Devine is indeed calling a 5-minute rule, which he is allowed to. You get an extra 5-minute rule, of course, in the final four if you've already called one.
True.
But he's using his 5-minute rule now in the top four. That's his 5-minute rule gone for the final, should he make it that far. They'll get the car into the pits. Hopefully they have toe plates inside. They know what geometry, what toe angle that car should be running.
I assume here what's going on is that there must have been a bit of a tap on initiation, which we see here in the live stream. It's a bit of contact. Oh,
it was on the hairpin, I think.
Or was it further on in
the run? It was further on, I believe,
yeah.
If you watch here now, just after the first hairpin, Danny really goes for the door, and just around here, there you have it on the door. So it's quite possible that he will have Sylvia's have a rear rack. So it's quite possible. Actually, it would have tried to pull the tie rod there, so it wouldn't have been too bad if he has it still rear rack, which I presume he has.
Well, I'm sure he probably still has. Of course, it's a normal JZ in that car, so the front bracket is not the easiest.
No.
You know what, though? I'd say, to be fair, it's one of those things. You're better off checking it, and
So guys, Adam, sorry, take it away.
That's okay, Mike. You can go.
Okay, well, guys, we have a hard charger vote as well, of course, as we have brought in recent rounds. It's a little extra award for a driver who has captured your imagination throughout the event, a driver who has maybe pushed that little bit harder than everybody else. It doesn't necessarily have to be the guy who wins the event. It doesn't have to be anybody in particular who progresses a lot. It can be, of course, but whoever captured your imagination as the hard charger, please let us know in the comments. If you're here at the event in person, just get on the YouTube real quick, drop in a name on the comments. The guys here in the production team, Kira and the girls and the lads, will be keeping an eye on that, counting up the votes on YouTube. So get your votes on. I mean, it's hard to overlook Jake Davey here, but he's going all the way possibly, so it might be nice to give it to somebody else. But if you think that he's a hard charger, maybe Danny Devine's a hard charger as well. We've had several. So Gareth Collins wasn't holding back a whole pile either. So get into the comments there, guys. Whoever impressed you a lot.
And if you're here in person as well, make sure to log on to the IDS YouTube, put those comments into the chat so that we can pick the crowd favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're watching at home or here in person, of course, get on to the IDS socials. The guys are doing a fantastic job this year. Loads of behind the scenes stuff, loads of really good presentations. So Irish Drift Series on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, etc. And you can also follow your drivers, of course, on their own socials. They always will be keeping it up. Most of them anyway will be keeping it up to date. And a lot of drivers have good TikTok accounts at this stage, and you've got some guys YouTubing, etc. So of course we had Conor Shanahan there a while ago. The Shanahans have a fantastic YouTube channel, as does James Dean and all the guys who are living literally like 40 minutes up the road from here. So it's crazy to see the amount of talent and the amount of media that we're producing from locality really.
When we're talking about YouTube channels, don't forget one of our judges here actually have a YouTube channel as well. Dola Heinze, he'll teach you everything for the virtual world. I've learned quite a few bits off your YouTube now. I won't lie.
I appreciate that, Adam. I thought you were talking about an actual judge. I'm not a judge. I'm a commentator.
Did I say
at
judge?
this
Sorry, I meant to say
particular event.
commentator.
He's a big commentator. No, you know that.
Big commentator.
Alan Hines is a big commentator.
He's one of those. He's one of those.
Yeah, Alan Hines. You are one of the main men, I suppose, for the Virtual Drift Championship, aren't you? And one of the leading lights for pioneering, I guess.
Esports?
Esports?
Certainly so, yeah. We drive for RTR, the team that James drives for in America, of course. In the virtual world, we have a nice two-car team there. And this year, we took the win in the Virtual Drift Championship, which is a worldwide series. And driving the Mustang was obviously a prestige in itself. So, but look, we'll put that aside. We're back to reality here, and we have this second half of this top four battle between Daniel Devine and Matt Derrin. I'm sure it seems like obviously everything's looking all good with Daniel Devine. Car looks good in the burn-up box, warming up those rear tyres and the front tyres as well, scrubbing the fronts, cleaning them off, and getting ready for this lead run from Daniel Devine.
Yeah, it looked like it was the front of his wheel had the contact rather than the rear of his wheel, which would be a little bit more difficult in the situation. So it would try to pull the tyre rod rather than compress it.
I guess, in ways, yeah.
Yeah, so you'd hope that it wouldn't have been.
The only thing is, though, I do think he hit the other wheel as well across the finish line.
Okay, possibly, yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, so let's see what happens. It is Danny Devine to lead us in with a hopefully perfectly aligned 180SX. Matt Derrin chase him in. It's for the championship here, guys. Jake Davies going to be watching on here because if Matt Derrin takes this one, he wins the championship. If not, he's got to drive for it. Matt Derrin. Oh, Matt Derrin hits the wall. Matt Derrin hits the wall. Huge impact with the wall. He got lost in the smoke, I think. Danny Devine not with a perfect lead line, but it is Matt Derrin is looking like he's towed out on the rear of that car. Speaking of tow angle, Danny Devine is not a perfect lead line, but he gets it across the line. Matt Derrin, was he lost in the smoke?
I don't know, Mike. It looks like he made a massive impact to that wall. You can actually see his back right tyre does look like it's not exactly facing the way it should be.
Yeah, but we see the mistake there from Matt. He actually has a wobble of understeer chasing Daniel Devine there, and I think actually it was the pace from Daniel Devine. Danny just sent it in there, and I think Matt got caught out with the lack of proximity, I guess. Tried to shut the door. Dirt dropped on the inside, it pushed a bit of understeer, and that pushed him wide and it caused contact with the wall. He was actually very lucky not to hit the wall underneath us because it nearly slingshot into us.
Yeah, it'll pull you back to the right. So, guys, round of applause with all the entertainment. Matt Derrin and Danny Devine down on track. Matt Derrin is, I'm not sure, is he dancing or trying to show what happened? As Danny Devine snubs the handshake. I'm sure it was unintentional there as he got distracted. Two great sportsmen. Guys, round of applause for the two guys on track.
But it's Daniel Devine that gets the win and moves on into the finals, keeping that championship hopes alive. His hands are in his face. He can't believe it. He's moving on into the finals.
The guys,
Jake Davey, keeping that championship hopes alive.
Alan, this is crazy.
It's coming down to the final.
Yeah, we're going to see Daniel Devine and Jake Davey in the final. That's insane. So that means we're going to see it in the final. Who's the winner of the championship? That is to be confirmed. We are going to ask the team here to confirm that. But absolutely crazy.
Well, as of right now, we've got Matt Derrin versus Dean Davey up first for the third four playoff. Then we have we have to double confirm the championship position right now, but there's, I believe,
I think there's 13 points in it.
13 points.
And there's 15 points
for
on
a
the
win.
board. Yeah, exactly.
So that certainly means that Danny Devine can overtake Jake for
by
the championship
by
win.
a point or two.
By 2 points.
2 points, we think.
It all actually depends on qualifying position and how many points they got for qualifying.
I've done
so
the qualifying.
From that.
I've done
done
this,
that already.
I think
Mike,
so.
you're
Yeah,
well ahead of it.
Yeah, so I think after qualifying, Jake Davey at 230 points, Andrew Malloy at 220, and Danny Devine at 217. By my reckoning, I did it really quickly while we were talking with Conor Shanahan. There's 100 points for a win.
Very good
85. 230 to 218. So it's actually tighter than I had it made out by 1 point. So it's 230 versus 218. There's 100 points available for first position. There's 80 points available. 85 points available for second position. So basically, the winner, if Danny Devine wins it, he wins the championship by 3 points. If Jake Davey wins it, he wins the championship by a bit of a margin then. So, yeah, basically, by like, what is it? It's like 28 points or something. So it's down it's up to Denny Devine. He can overtake by
Just no pressure. It's going
No
to be
pressure.
balls out driving, which is what we want
well,
to see.
you know what? You couldn't have written it anymore. And I think over the course of the season, I think, you know, if you had Alex Butler, Denny Devine, and Jake Davey up at the top, I think that's a fitting into the season, to be honest. Those guys, unfortunately, Alex Butler was robbed of the chance of driving his way there. But I think over the season, they have been the three outstanding drivers. They're young guns. It's exciting to watch them. It's exciting to see their progression arc. And I'm glad to see two of those three into the final.
Certainly so, and at the end of the day, especially Alex Butler, you know, I'm sure he's probably quite disappointed in himself, but he's a junior driver at the end of the day. This is his proper, I suppose, full season with zero issues with cars or anything like that. He took the win, obviously, in the last Pro2 round, and that was obviously a great place to put himself for this championship hunt. But at the end of the day, these guys are really young. You know, you don't want to, you know, we talk here a championship hunt, and you're putting a lot of pressure on them, but they're pretty young people and they've got a bright future ahead of them, and this is only setting the foundation, just like Connor said earlier, for themselves for the future moving forward. And you know, one step at a time, that's all it takes.
It's absolutely crazy. Like, I remember the start of the season when I first came into it, Mike said to me, wait till you see the Pro 2s. The story behind this, the competition that's there, how close things are, and the talent of the young drivers, that it's so entertaining to watch. And he was not wrong in one way. All the way from the round one in the Mondello to here, we're seeing how close it has been. I remember seeing Jake Davey and Daniel Levine in the podium several times before, facing each other several times before, and it has just been so tight. So I can't wait to see what way this final goes when everything is on the line.
Yeah, well, we just hope for no mechanical failures. Hopefully we get those two runs and two good clean runs. What a final that would be. So fingers crossed, guys, but we are going to be treated to drama either way. Imagine being one of these two families now. I mean, two fantastic families in the paddock. Obviously the Davies fielding 3 cars, which is absolutely crazy when you think about it, and then the Devines, absolute lovely people, came into the paddock, and to see they must be full of pride to see their two sons, you know, facing off in this manner now. And it's all in the name of sport as well, you know, and it's all in good banter. It's just a fantastic sport, the camaraderie, the sportsmanship. You just have to love drifting, and you have to love Pro 2.
Absolutely. If you were to ask me right now who would I choose to be the winner of this season, I could not tell you. It's literally the flip of a coin. Two complete different driving styles, but two unbelievable young drivers with great teams behind them. So I can't wait to see what way this faces out. For everyone that's here in attendance today, what do you think? Do you think it'll be Jake Davey taking the championship home with you? No one's listening to me, it's alright. I tried doing something that Mike would do, but no, it's okay. I'll leave Mike do. Mike does
I'll do it later.
Okay.
I think no, I'll do it. I'll save it. I'll keep it in the locker.
I'm just going to go back inside and sit down.
You got you do the DJ.
Augie.
Yeah, so Hard Charger Award, guys. Once again, just get your votes in on the YouTube. And a quick note as well, there just from Tommy Smith there, our long-time partner here and sponsor in IDS with TS Drift Days. They are holding a day in association with the guys from Juicebox. You all know those guys if you are into the car scene at all. Fantastic guys as well. So they're doing a Tenoshi Dori drift day here, a street-style drift event here in Watergrasshill on September the 21st. It'll be final bout type event. 50 drivers hand-selected, split into 2 driver groups. And there'll be live DJ sets, static car show, merchandise stalls. Tickets will be going on sale soon on the Drift Games outlets, or not Drift Games outlets, the Juicebox outlets, in fact. So used to saying Drift Games. At the Juicebox outlets, keep an eye on the socials there. It is, once again, it's a final bout, kind of Dory Fest, fun drift day with street style kind of theme on it. There'll be live track action, and again, hand-picked drivers in 2 driver groups, and DJ sets, car show, merchandise stalls. If it's anything to do with the Juicebox, guys, it's going to be good vibes, good times. So get yourselves along to that one if you fancy a good day out on September the 21st. And of course, we are back for the final of IDS 2025 for Pro Action in Kerry, and it is still wide open in that championship. It's between Dwayne McKeever and Harry Kerr. Harry Kerr making the big trip down from Ballymoney today. He's down here supporting as well, so also making huge commitments to the sport, coming down with the guys there on a Pro 2 day, a long journey from Ballymoney down to Watergrasshill. So The guys, all great people, and it's down to two behemoths of the sport. To be honest, Harry Kerr has taken his seat in my books among Dwayne McKeever, among James Dean, among the Shanahans, among Tomas Kiley, etc., etc. He's as good a driver as any of those, in my opinion, to be very honest. So it's going to be crazy in Kerry in 2 weeks' time. So get yourselves back to that. It's a cool track. It's up in the mountains. It's surrounded by forests and wind turbines. It's an iconic setting. And yeah, it's always a good one, so be sure to get back there.
Absolutely, Mike. We can see Matt Darren making his way onto track here, so we are about to get back into a bit of battle action. I don't think anyone is ready for what we're about to see here. If you thought any battle today was intense, wait until you're about to see these last two battles for the third and fourth place playoff and our final. This has so much to do with the championship. Third and fourth place playoff is definitely for bragging rights for today, but the final, Mike, it's going to be crazy. You're on there about Dwayne McKeever and Harry Kerr. This is our Dwayne McKeever and Harry Kerr. We got our Jake Davey and Daniel Levine.
We have indeed, and they are, should they decide to stay in the sport and keep going, that's where their future is going. I mean, either one of them could take their place among that company with the way that they're developing. To be honest, Jake Davey has especially impressed me today. He just looked like a fella who went to bed last night thinking, I'm focused. He got out of the right side of the bed and he said, I'm going to bring in this championship home. He really, really looks like he means business and no messing to me. I've been so impressed by his driving, by his chase driving especially. Danny Devine has impressed me since I've seen him driving first a couple of years ago. So I'm just excited to see. I'm excited for the guys. I wish I could be reliving it myself. It's such a fantastic feeling, and yeah, it's just I'm delighted for both of them. But before we get there, we are going to have one trophy and one podium position on the line. And I do believe we've a wrong graphic on the screen there, I would say. It is Dean Davey on the line instead of Danny Devine, but that's okay. We know that. That's all right. It is Matt Darren versus Dean Davey. And they're off for third, fourth place playoff here. Matt Darren taps the handbrake on the way in. Now Davey looks for the door of the big BMW. Oh, little waiver from Matt Darren there. Davey does his best to deal with it, which he did. Oh, Davey locks up the brakes, and not sure exactly what happened there.
But was that down to the lead driver slowing down? I'm not too sure. It is a decel zone, but was it a bit too much? Our judges will be watching back over that. Did that cause the Kerry Carton 18SX to have to stop?
Yeah,
because that's not like Dean Davey. He usually just pushes hard.
I do think Matt going in there,
well.
big mistake there on the wall, probably a bit spooked from the previous run, but I do think he over-rotates. He was on the inside wrong line.
Matt
where does Dean Davey go?
Yeah, Matt over-rotates quite a lot there, to be fair, and possibly Davey had no choice but to slam on the anchors there, and it might have just caused him to go into the spin. We'll get the word from the judges on that one. Of course, we won't give the result of this one until we are down on the podium, so we will just let you know when we do have a result. We will not be announcing this one until the podium, which will be in about, I would say, 15 minutes time.
15 minutes time till this championship is over.
We will have a champion crowned.
We're about to get into it this time. Dean Davey in the lead position. Matt Darren in the chase. Dean Davey putting on loads of angle coming up the hill here in Watergrasshill, and Matt Darren chasing up behind him. The proximity opens up though as Dean Davey makes a flick into the first hairpin of this track, and Matt Darren makes a huge dive to get up on the door. And look at this, putting on a show for us for our second last battle of today. Dean Davey putting it to the outside line. Matt Darren, unbelievable run. I think it will all be down to that last battle.
Unbelievable.
That was unbelievable. And
yeah,
a little bit of a stall up.
So we are going to announce if we have a result. Yep, we do have a result. So we do have a result, guys, for the third, fourth place playoff, meaning that we will announce that one to you on the podium, meaning that we are ready to rock for the final.
Mike, it is final time. It feels like only yesterday we walked up into the tower in Mondello Park and set off our first few cars for their first runs of the season. But now we're here. It's the Pro2 final of 2025. This is going to be absolutely unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Rightio. So this is what it all comes down to, guys. It's been 5 rounds. It's been grueling nights, grueling days. It's been trips to the dyno. It's been rebuilt engines for both, I believe. It's been investment. It's been time. It's been money. It's been blood, sweat, tears. It's been a labour of love, and I'm sure at sometimes it's been a labour of hate on those late nights in the winter in the shed. And it all comes down to this moment. It is two up-and-coming drivers of the highest calibre, two lovely young men as well. It's Jake Davey, it's Danny Devine. Guys, we want to get you involved, so we're going to ask you real quick. In the crowd, we want to hear loads of noise on this one. So who thinks that Jake Davey's going to take the win? Kind of middling. And guys in the crowd, who thinks that Danny Devine is going to take the win? I think the Danny Devine fan club are just closer to us.
That's
here.
what I think it is. Maybe they're separated from each other.
I think it's 50-50.
It's like a soccer match when they have to be at two different sides of the field. Maybe they'll clash if they come too close.
So guys, all together, we all ready for the final? Sean Healy, track is clear. We're ready to go, guys. It is the final. It's all down to this one. The nerves are up. The drivers are ready. A Pro 2 champion is about to be crowned. We're seeing the dawn of a new generation of Irish drifting talent. Adam, take it away.
Mike, here we go, the final of the 2025 season. Jake Davey in the lead position. Daniel Levine is there with him. Daniel Levine making a dive up onto the door of Jake Davey, but Jake Davey putting on a beautiful line across the top of the hill here in Watergrasshill. Look at Daniel Levine taking the inside line here to close the proximity. Jake Davey going really wide there but making it work. Look at this. This is textbook from young Jake Davey, but Daniel Levine is with him the whole way. First run of our final, Mike. What do you think? Alan, what's your opinions?
Well, I thought it was, first of all, I thought it was a first run worthy of a final. Lovely lead run from Jake. Danny made a really dodgy, I think, transition on the straight and was to the left of the track.
That drone camera didn't help that. It kind of made it look a bit better than what it actually was, I think.
Yeah, but it's not a huge mistake by any means. It was just, he just found himself on the wrong part of the track, transitioned early and got a little bit caught out. I think the judges will penalise him slightly, but not terribly. So it's still all to play for. Alan, would you agree it's still all to play for completely?
Oh, certainly so. I mean, anything can happen here. Lead runs here on this track is super, super tricky, super difficult. And we see that Jake Davey managed to get a solid lead run last up, but he's going to have to stick it to the door, Danny Devine. So here we go. Jake Davey's going to chase in Danny Devine. Well, one last time. Let's see who's going to get it. It's going to be Jake Davey. He's going to send it to the door, Danny Devine. Look at him. Door to door with Danny Devine. All the way up the hill they go. Past Chip Point 3. Look at the transition from Jake Davey. Absolutely pinpoint perfect. Sent it to the door once more. On the door, bit of contact. Oh my God, look at this. One last transition. Sent it back to the back bumper of Danny Devine and door to door across the line. What a chase.
Oh my God. Jake Davey not holding back one.
I'm lightheaded after that.
I don't even know what to say. Jake Davey, what is going on today? You were not holding back one bit, and Daniel Levine putting down an unbelievable lead run. Mike, wow.
What a transition from Davey. Contact between both drivers there on the hairpin, very slight. Danny Devine stays in it, and the transition from Davey, he's lucky that he doesn't have a front bumper because he'd have lost it once again if he did. Guys, when you're ready and when the drivers are ready for these two absolute legends of the sport already at a tender age, can we get a massive round of applause, guys, for your two finalists, for Jake Davey and Danny Devine.
What a weekend we just had, Mike. We're about to get into the podium. This is going to be crazy. We're about to find out, after a full season of hard battles, who was the champion of the 2025 Pro 2 Series. Just to let everybody here in attendance know, you are allowed to join us down on track for the podium.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So look at this fantastic scenes here, guys. Get the phones out, get the cameras out. We're getting the podium ready. We're going to announce the winner down here, guys, in about 5 minutes' time. It's been exciting. My heart is literally racing. So fantastic stuff from all drivers. Feel free to join us down on track, guys, or stay up there on the platform and get a bird's eye view of what is going to be an absolutely crazy podium. So thank you, guys, from all of us here at the Irish Drift Series. Genuinely, thank you so much for joining us on such a special day and for supporting Irish.
Mike's mic cut out there a small bit, but
as
once again-
as Kieran Hines disconnects me, but yeah, it's been a pleasure, guys, from all of us here. Thank you so much. And wow, I'm out of breath. My heart is racing and crazy stuff.
My first full season, absolutely outstanding, Mike. Thank you very much for having me here beside you all year long. I can't wait to find out who is this year's winner. And thank you again to everyone who's called out throughout the season. Thank you again to all our sponsors, especially Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull Energy. I guess it's time for the podium, so we'll see everybody in attendance here down on track. You can come down and join us on track.
1 2 1 1 2 1.
This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right. This is how we do. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. That's me. Damn right.
And on behalf of Kieran and Sinead and all the Hineses, I just want to thank you all as well, guys, for supporting Irish drifting. We obviously all have a home in this sport. We love it very, very much. It's given us all a place to call our own. It's given us all a huge dysfunctional family, I guess. So thank you all once again, guys, for making this a truly, truly special sport. So I guess we move it on, and it's been quite the day, to be honest, and it's been quite the event. So huge congratulations to everybody involved, guys. It's been the craziest day of driving, and this up the hill layout in Watergrasshill always delivers, especially in the fine weather. It's been such a fantastic day, and kicking off our awards, guys, on such a fantastic day, and I think it's very well deserved. He might have fallen at the first hurdle, but he captured the crowd's imagination, and your hard charger for the day, and I want to hear a huge round of applause. It's Alex Butler. Alex might be gone home because he, as we always say, he probably literally has school in the morning. So, okay, so that brings us on to the results outright for the day first, and we'll announce the championship winner just after their individual podiums. So we're going to start off, as always, guys, with the junior championship. 13 to 16-year-olds, the future of the sport. And in third position in the juniors, it's young Jamie Hines. Once upon a time, we'd Maura Higgins giving those out. Now we've Tom Murphy. In second position in the juniors, and it's kind of weird to say this, but it is the juniors, it's Jake Davey! And your winner, guys, for the junior class, and I believe the winner of qualifying outright for IDS Round 5 2025 in the juniors, it's Jake McElveen! If Jake would like to make himself known, that would be fantastic. Sean is going to masquerade as Jake. Oh, Jake has gone home, yeah. So Jake McElveen is gone home, so it's a two-man podium. Might be practicing for later on. Oh, guys, let's hear it for Jake Davey and Jamie Hines. And Tommy as well. And I can announce the winner of the Junior Championship at IDS 2025. It's Alex Butler is the winner of the Junior Championship. And we haven't really discussed it yet, but of course we will, as usual, I presume, have an awards night as per usual, and a bit of a shindig to give out all the trophies, etc. So guys, that brings us on to the rookie class. Again, IDS first-time competitors are drivers who have never qualified for a twin battle previously. And in third position in the rookie class, it's the one and only Bartek Pleszczewski. In second position in the rookie class, it's Ollie Cassidy. Which must mean in first position, guys, in the rookie class at IDS Round 5 2025 with a banger of a qualifying lap. Let's hear it for Matas Karaitis! Well, guys, maybe Bartek is taking his time because I can announce that Bartek Pleszczewski is the winner of the Rookie Championship! He meant that. Guys, once again, big round of applause for your rookies. Bartek, Ollie and Mattis. Right, guys, so I guess that brings us to the business end of the day. And my own heart was genuinely fluttering up there. I was dizzy from the excitement, to be honest. I can only imagine what it was like in the cars for these fellas. I did it myself many months ago. I won this championship myself many months ago, and it changed my life. It sent me on a fantastic life journey, which has brought me here essentially. So it's such a fantastic breeding ground and a great championship. I envy the lads driving, but I absolutely, more than that, I admire them, because they've put on a show today, guys, that was worthy of any grid in the world. You could drop some of these fellas into Drift Masters and they will not look out of place, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, guys. So for the 4 guys that we're about to announce here, before we even do it, can we just get a big round of applause for a great show for these 4 gladiators? And in 4th position, I can announce it's the one, the only, he was on the podium the last time, not quite this time, but he'll be there again. It's Matt Darren! Get his good side. Congratulations, Matt. An absolute gentleman of the sport, guys, and we will be looking forward to seeing Matt and Kat back next year. Which must mean in 3rd position, a valiant effort, driving super aggressively all day. 3rd place is his reward. Let's hear it for Dean Davey! And you can sense the tension in the air as Dean Davey picks up his trophy, and we have 2 families waiting to hear their fate. The Davies and the Devines. 2 fantastic competitors, guys, 2 fantastic teams. They've stuck it out throughout the series, the long nights, the early mornings, all the cost and all the time, all the effort, and it's all been worth it for these 2 guys. And I can announce, and before we do that, of course, this battle decided the championship winner. It came down to a couple of points in the end up. And in the end, taking 2nd position, and 2nd position is it's no shame here, because you know what? This was one of the best battles I've ever seen in my life. And that man, it's Danny Devine in 2nd position. Which must mean only one thing, lads. Your winner of Pro2 IDS Round 5 2025 and your champion, it's Jake Davey! Guys, round of applause once again for your 4 fantastic competitors. Congratulations all round to the families, guys. Well done. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of these guys in the future. Guys, thank you all once again for joining us here at IDS Round 5. We hope to see you all back for Pro Action in Kerry in a couple of weeks' time. It'll be absolutely epic. From Kieran, all the Hineses, from Adam, Alan Hines and myself up in the tower, all the marshals and everybody from Pro2. Thank you all so much once again, guys. Over and out.
this.